Okay, you're live. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'd like to call the Town of Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission a Zoom remote meeting of February 16th, 2022 to order. My name is Dimple Desai, Chairman of the Commission. Commissioners sitting for tonight's agenda are Commissioner Glico, Commissioner Zurelli, myself, Commissioner Mahos, and Commissioner Robbins. Before I open the public hearing, I'd like to amend our agenda so that the special permit applicant, Sheena FNU, doesn't have to sit through the entire deliberation of our second public hearing. Having said that, they are welcome to stay. To that end, can I have a motion to change the order of our agenda?
Motion to change the order of agenda. So agenda item A, public hearing goes first, and then we will put the meeting on hold and go to agenda item 5A, and then go back to agenda item 1B.
Can I have a second?
Second,
All in favor of the
Wait,
motion?
hold on.
Okay.
I
sorry.
don't think Jeff
Yes.
is sitting.
Okay,
I'll second that.
thank you. All in favor of the motion? Please signify by raising your hand. Thank you. It's a 5-0. Now I'm going to open the public hearing portion of the agenda. Public speakers who have requested to speak during the public portion of the meeting per the requirements of the published notice or any or any of the proposals for commission's action is already given a Zoom remote meeting link to participate. IT staff will assist me in recognizing the public speaker as they are listed on the speakers list. Because we are in a Zoom remote meeting, I'm going to go over some guidelines that I would like everyone to strictly follow so that we have a complete record of our meeting. There'll be a queue for speakers. I will recognize the speakers for their turn to address to the commission. All the speakers are requested to keep the microphones muted and cameras off until they are needed to participate. Speak clearly, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please self-monitor your time. Having said that, if you wish to speak later, please inform me before you're done. These are very important steps as we are participating remotely, so please respect this request. At this time, I'd like to introduce the commission members and the staff present for this meeting. On my left, Commissioner Zurelli, Commissioner Glico, Commissioner Thoman, and Commissioner Hussey. On my right, Commissioner Marhos, Commissioner Robbins, Commissioner Brescia. We also have Kim Ritchie, Town Planner, Eileen Knapp, Recording Secretary. For Commissioners' benefit, assuming we are sitting in the council chambers, I will start recognizing commissioners from left and go to the right for comments. To avoid multiple conversations at the same time, I will recognize Commissioner when it is his or her turn to speak. Now let's go to our agenda item 1. Commissioner Zurelli, can you please read the notice? And if everyone can mute so we don't hear any other noises, please.
Agenda item 1A, special permit application. Shinta FNU proposing an ice cream parlor of approximately 700 square feet for property located at 53 New Britain Avenue in the unit formerly occupied by Frank's Driving School in a C commercial zoning district ID 08-352. And in addition to that, there's also more to the public notice. Any person interested in participating in the meeting should email publicmeetings@rockyhillct.gov or telephone 860-258-7682 to request an invite. You will be provided with a link or a telephone number to attend the Zoom remote meeting and instructions on how you will participate. Written comments may be directed to Kim Ritchie at landusecommissions@rockyhillct.gov or planning and zoning 761 Old Main Street, Rock Hill, Connecticut, 06067, and must be received at least 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. People needing special accommodations, please email Kim Ritchie at krritchie@rockhillct.gov or call 860-258-2761 at least 3 business days in advance. Portions of the meeting are specifically set aside for comments for the public, who are asked to limit their comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Zurelli. Project proponent, do you have any presentation to make to the commission?
Hello. My name is Shinta FNU.
Yeah,
Hello?
do you have any presentation? Do you want to talk about the project?
Yeah. The project, I just want to get the permission for the special permit to get the for the ice cream store.
Okay.
Hello.
Go ahead, Kim.
Shinta, if you could review the
Mhm.
special permit criteria and the location, size of the unit,
Yes.
that you're looking to do this.
Okay. The special permission, the location is in the 53 New Brighton Avenue, Rocky Hill, Connecticut. The special permit criteria, the location and the site of the set, and nature and intensive on the operation, improve on the condition and connection with the use, and the location of the site with the respect and street give the access to the all site that the use shall be in harmony with the appreciation and ordering development in the district in the which one in the location shall promote the welfare of the town. So I'm proposing a food service business between and exist a commercial plaza. And the number 2, the proposed use shall be the stock location, size, and character that in the general it will be in harmony with the appreciate and ordering development of the district in which in a proposed to be situated and shall not tend to the debt create. I'm sorry, my English not good.
That's okay.
The following of the property in the neighborhood shall not be detrimental of the orderly development of adjacent property and associated with the zoning classification of such property within exist commercial plaza. So the sign of element of the proposed development will be attractive and suitable in relation to be site characteristics of the style of the building in the immediate area, the existing and probable future character of the neighborhood in which the use is location. No exterior improvement or process existing building. The location, natural and height of the building wall faces, planning activity, and the natural extent of the landscaping on the site will be such that the use shall not hinder of the discourage of the appreciated development and use the angel land and building or implant the volume the loop. Accepted the the commercial plaza. The purpose of use the activity shall have to advances effect open the neighboring area exhausting from the use of the sign, expose arterial line, collector line, and any natural flashing light, loudspeaker, or the noise making the physics. So my question is this: the only my answer is this, sorry. The only exterior improvement will be a new sign where the sign currently exists. The number 4, in case where the proposing the current structure design and bold the original for the another use for the structure is adapted to be proposed used to be the point of the view public health and safety. The accepted plaza unit are adapted for various commercial use. The character number C, subtype the transportation condition. The design, the number 1, the design, the location, and specific detail of the proposed use the activity shall not adversely affect safety in the street, nor increase traffic congregation in the area, not interfere with the painting of vehicle circulation in such manner as to create a good unsafe traffic condition. My answer is this: the existing parking a lot and access to the road is accepted for this use. The parking area will be at 40 size for the particular use and shall be suitable screened from adjoining residential use, and entries and exit driveway will be light out so as the perfect traffic hazard and miss suspect. Adequate parking is available all the time. The number 3, the street and the another light of way will be size, conditioner, and capacity. I mean, in turn of with the great element and facility to be adequately accommodate the traffic to be generated by the particular purpose use. The existing roadway is supposed to access commercial plaza. The point number D, affected public utility and service. 1, the provision of water supplies with sewage disposal and stormwater drainage conform to the accepted engineering practices conform with the R standard and the approach regularly authority and the shall not unduly burden the capital such facility. Adequate public water and several presently service the site. The number 2, the proposal use the activity shall provide easy accessibility for the apparatus and protection and light out equipment to the further emergency service. The exit plaza currently meet accessibility requirement for the emergency service. The E, protection and conversation. The number 1, I appreciate consideration shall be given to the protection, preservation, and enhancement or natural leisure and leisure, including well appreciation the use in the conversion, this direction or to the protect and the permanent prevent subliquation and features. The number 2, operation condition shall be give the protection, profession, and all enhancement of history and organic resources, including well appreciation the use of the conversation, restriction to protect and permanent perfect liquidation and free tourists. And number 3, applicant conditions shall be given to the protection, preservation, and all enhancement or of screening resources, included well application, the use conservation lessons to the protect and permanent purpose and legacies and features. And the number F, long trip viability. Aggregated provision has been met for the subject maintenance of the proposed development. The mean is the sculpture, street, and other improvement. The access plaza maintained by the property manager. The number G, consistency with the overall of objectives. The proposed use the activity does not conflict with the proposed with the regulation as needed. This is a permit use the commercial zone. The proposed use the activity does not conflict for the achievement of the goal, objective, policies, and recommendation of the plan of the conversation and development and alment. The number 3, the proposed are use the activity adequately addresses the health, safety, and well of the public in general in the immediate neighborhood in particular. That's it. I'm so sorry if you guys doesn't understand what I reading because my English is not good.
No, don't worry, ma'am. That's okay. All the commission members do have what you read, so we are very familiar with what we have and what you said. So no worries there. I would like to ask anyone in the public who would like to address to the commission. And John, I don't believe we have anybody registered for this. Is that correct?
I believe that is the case. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now I will open the comments to the commissioners. On my left, I'll start Commissioner Zarelli.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Glico.
I'm all set.
Thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Thoman.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hussey.
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Morhos,
And nothing.
Commissioner Robbins.
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brescia.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one just for clarification. I'm looking, it says 700 square feet, right?
Yes,
I'm
correct.
And I'm looking at the plan, and the plan is 25 feet by 19 feet, which is 475. So I just want to make sure it's just consistent. So
Mhm. Hello?
yep. So I think Kim, do you have any comments on there, or maybe that's just a mistake on the drawing?
If I may, the applicant did state on an additional drawing that was submitted concerning, it was in the information that was submitted with the application about the tenant would occupy 700 square feet where Frank's Driving School was located. And then we subsequently received a sketch plan of the interior layout. So that's
Okay.
where that came from.
All right.
There is for the commission's information, there is a sketch plan of the property. It's a rather large property, and this is taking up space within an existing building.
Mhm.
That site has been developed for several years, several decades, as a matter of fact. They are actually showing you where additional parking would be
Yep.
available and allowed to be used.
Yes, so we have that information.
We have that. We do have the notification to abutters. I want to state that on the record.
Mhm.
Shinta did submit that to us. An interior layout. We do have reviews from building official, police chief, health district, and engineering staff and planning staff. There really are no concerns as this is an existing establishment. I know for a fact that Shinta did reach out to the health district when she came in to apply. So that's been covered also.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to close the public meeting.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Agenda item 5A. Special permit application Shinta FNU proposing an ice cream parlor of approximately 700 square feet for property located at 53 New Britain Avenue in the unit formerly occupied by Frank's Driving School in a C commercial zoning district ID 08-352.
Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve special permit application Shinta FNU proposing an ice cream parlor of approximately 700 square feet for property located at 53 New Britain Avenue in the unit formerly occupied by Frank's Driving School in a C commercial zoning district ID 08-352 with all staff comments.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, and we'll be seeing you in summer for the ice cream.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now I think we'll go back to our regular item B for the public hearing.
Agenda item 1B. Site plan special permit application, Belfonte Companies LLC, care of Joseph P. Williams Esquire, Shipman and Goodwin LLP, proposing a mixed-use development of 213 apartments, 93 one-bedroom and 122 bedroom with 10% designated as affordable, 11,067 square feet of office space and 9,959 square feet of retail, with associated site improvements on approximately 12.65 acres for property located at 2418 Main Street and 1 Dividend Road in the Town Center zoning district ID 10-184 and 10-183 respectively. In addition to the posting, any person interested in participating in the meeting should email publicmeetings@rockyoct.gov or telephone 860-258-7682 to request an invite. You will be provided with a link or a telephone number to attend the Zoom remote meeting and instructions on how you will participate. Written comments may be directed to Kim Ritchie at landusecommissions@rockyoct.gov or Planning and Zoning, 761 Old Main Street, Rock Hill, Connecticut, 06067. It must be received at least 1 hour prior to the start of the meeting. People needing special accommodations, please email Kim Ritchie at kritchie@rockyoct.gov or call 860-258-2761 at least 3 business days in advance. Portions of the meeting are specifically set aside for comments from the public who are asked to limit their comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Proponent of the project, do you have any presentation?
Yes, sir, we do. It's Attorney Joe Williams, Land Use and Environmental Attorney and partner of the law firm of Shipman and Goodwin. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commission members. My colleague Tom Daly is going to show our presentation slides, and there they are. Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, could you please confirm for me which commissioners are seated on this application?
Yes, so they are myself, Commissioner Aglico, Commissioner Zarelli, Commissioner Mahos, and Commissioner Robbins.
Thank you. Well, we are back to make our best efforts to address the reasons for the Commission's denial of our first application on this project last month. And to try to persuade you that it is a great development for the town of Rocky Hill and has been improved further with the changes that we've made in this application. I will say that my client and our team were very frustrated and disappointed by the Commission's rejection of our initial proposal. But while a lot of developers likely would move on to the next town and not look back, and frankly, I am concerned about the message that the Commission's decision sends to the business community about whether Rocky Hill is a good place for them to invest in. Michael Belfonte has committed to trying one more time to get this project approved and to get it into the ground. Mr. Belfonte actually is proposing to invest even more in this project, and he has directed his team to design, and he has approved several substantial changes to the original proposal, including adding property to the overall site, moving 4 buildings, adding additional retail and restaurant space, and creating a substantial additional area of public activity space. And Mr. Chairman, one other procedural thing I want to do before we go further is I'd like to ask you please to incorporate into the record of this public hearing all of the transcripts and exhibits from the public hearing on our original application, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, we've given you a thorough and complete written submission with our application, complete with reports and studies and plans from our consultants. I hope everyone has read those. And that written submission explains in detail and shows you the changes that we made to our original proposal to try to address what were your stated reasons for denying our application. So tonight we'll just be giving you a summary of the highlights of the overall proposal and of the changes that we've made to the application. Note, please, that our application package that we submitted includes the original real estate impact analysis by N.R. Benedict and an email from the MDC regarding the availability of sewer and water service to the site, both of which we had submitted on the original application. Since filing this application in late January, we have subsequently submitted to you a letter from the MDC confirming in a more formal way and explaining in detail that there is sufficient capacity in both sanitary sewer and potable water for the proposed development. And we submitted an addendum by N.R. Benedict addressing the changes to our proposal, in which Mr. Benedict concludes that the modifications will enhance even further the positive and beneficial impacts of our redevelopment, and that the overall development is better from several perspectives. So you should have that as well. Could we have the next slide, please? Tonight, you will hear from Mr. Belfanti, who will explain his vision for the redevelopment and some of the changes that we've made to the proposal. Then Mark Forlenza, again, will go over our target market and describe the community in a little more detail. James Anderson will show you the architecture and building designs. And then Tom Daly, our civil engineer with SLR, will go over the site plans and a summary of our traffic and parking studies that you have. And then I will round it out with some reflections on zoning compliance. With that, I am pleased to introduce Michael Belfanti.
Good evening. I apologize. I have a little laryngitis this evening. Everything else is okay, but I'm having a little trouble speaking. So thank you for putting up with it. Thank you, Commission, for listening to us once again. I gave a little background of our company during our last presentation on 1/5/2022, but we are a full service real estate and development company. And we have an affiliated management company. I believe one of the commissioners asked before if we're merchant builders, which we are not. We are planning on buying the land, developing the property, stabilizing it, and keeping it in our portfolio indefinitely. I think that's very important. We have a 30-year track record. We've done over $2 billion in transactions. We currently own 3,000 apartment units and approximately 600,000 square feet of commercial space. And we're right now presently, we've been in 14 states, but we're in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and in Florida. And we've joint ventured with institutional partners such as Hines International and the Carlyle Group. And currently we have over 120 employees. So we can go to the next slide. From left to right, my left to my right, the Landon of Cromwell is a project that was just finished in Cromwell, Connecticut. Is now 95% leased. We're going to be, again, keeping this property indefinitely in our portfolio. And I've welcomed anybody to go take a ride up there or visit our website at www.landondcromwell.com. But the project was recently committed. We got our last CO several months ago. The next deal is Hunter's Chase, which is in Litchfield, Connecticut. Originally was 100 units. We have 7 units left to sell in phase 1, and then we have a phase 2 that hopefully will be breaking ground towards the end of this year. And then the third is the joint venture with Hines on Ocean Avenue. It's right on the beach. Revere Beach is the oldest public beach in the country. It's about a $95 million project. And if you go to our website, which is on the page before, the slide before, and look in a section called In the News, it'll tell you about that project with Hines International. And we're breaking ground on that in March of this year. So just 30 days away, hopefully, we'll have a shovel in the ground. And those are the communities that we wanted to profile tonight. Go to the next slide, please. So I don't have to tell everybody about the existing conditions of the site, but it's the former Ames department stores, 250,000 square feet, 900 parking spaces, all impervious, access to existing traffic signal. Site now includes Dividend Road. If you can see the little red section on the bottom corner, we've recently put that under contract. That again was to address the commission's concerns about the size of the retail, which we'll talk about, which we made bigger. And we moved our office building that was set back out now onto Dividend Road. Tom Daly will talk about that, as will Mark Forlenza, but that will be later on in the presentation. So now this site is a total of 12.65 acres. So we added about a half acre to the site in order to make it bigger. And you could see, again, surrounded by the red in the bottom right-hand corner, it rounds off the site nicely. Next slide. So again, I don't have to remind everybody, but the site has been vacant for 18 years. Several people and developers have made attempts to try to bring something to town. No one ever got close really, except for us. It's blighted. It's a terrible eyesore, structurally and aesthetically unsuited for the area or unsuited for anything at this point. This is the gateway to your town, and redevelopment is critical, not only because it's an eyesore and it's dilapidated, but it meets the vision outlined in your plan of conservation and development. Next slide. So it's located in a transition neighborhood with residential, retail, and office uses. I know everybody knows this. It's in the heart of Rocky Hill, directly across from the town green, near the historic district, close to 99, close to 91. This part of town encourages mixed-use buildings, pedestrian engagement. Again, it's identified in the plan of conservation and development for mixed use with a sense of place, walkability, increased density, and transit connections. Next slide. So these are the changes that we made to the application since 1/5/2022, which is where we were refused. We moved buildings 2 and 6 back from the street. Tom will get into the details on the footage. We increased building 11 to 11,067 square feet. We shifted it forward onto Dividend Road and converted the first floor to retail and restaurant space, which again is what the commission was looking for. More retail, which we think we've satisfied that. So we've increased the total retail from 9,959 to 14,853. We added sidewalks on Pratt Street and Dividend Road. Again, something the commission was concerned about. We added screen fence and evergreen trees along boundary of the property in Pratt Street. And we moved building 8 5 feet to the north at the request of the neighbor. Next slide. So redevelopment vision continued. This is a mixed-use community, which includes residential apartment, retail, and office components in an appropriate balance. 213 apartments, 93 one-bedrooms, 122 bedrooms, and 9 buildings. Clubhouse, leasing center, 11,000 square feet of office, retail, restaurant building for a total of 14,853 square feet of retail space. There's a pool and play area and public. It's all public accessible amenity space, both on the bottom left-hand corner. I don't know if you have a cursor, Tom, do you? Or no, we don't. Yeah, so the bottom left-hand corner, which is a pocket park, which again is common space for pedestrians and for people in the town. And then we created a whole new common area all the way to the right where we moved the building 11 up to Dividend Road. We have a fire pit in between the two buildings, if you could show that. And then we have a gazebo all the way to the right. And again, Tom will explain that in more detail. Next slide. Next slide is Mark Ferlenza, my associate, who will talk about the target market and community description. Thank you, everybody. Mark.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Ferlenza, and I'll be doing a couple of things. I'll be first, again, I'm a little reluctant to repeat this from last meetings, but since we have a couple of new members, I will go over the target market again, so everyone sort of is on equal footing. So I'll go over the target market and then give you some brief descriptions of the community before James and Tom get into the more specifics of the site design and the architecture. So with respect to the target market, our community targets a very specific part of the rental market, something that we call rental by choice. These are people that can afford to buy a home in the community, but choose to rent for lifestyle considerations. And they're generally, put in 3 different subcategories. Empty nesters, people from Rocky Hill or surrounding area that no longer want to have the burdens of home ownership and want to live sort of carefree in a community that has many amenities, a lot of people on staff taking catering to their needs. We like to call them sort of hotel caliber service. So that's the first segment. The second segment is young professionals, what everyone's deeming millennials, young people that are just getting out of college, sort of in the middle of their career, and are making their first housing choice in an area. And a lot of people have talked about the millennials. This is the second sort of group that this community is targeted to. And then lastly, the community caters to people in transition, people going through a divorce, people moving into the area that want temporary housing for a couple of years before they then purchase a house, in this community or in surrounding community. So that's basically the three main three main segments that we target. In general, just to generalize, these are affluent, well-heeled folks, and I can use Cromwell as a comparison. The average household income, when I looked at it a couple of months ago, was $140,000 per household, which equates to quite a lot of spending power in this specific area. We get very few school-age kids. I mean, we will have toddlers, but we get very school-age kids. We have a similar mix in Cromwell as we're proposing here. There's 160 apartment homes in Cromwell, and over 200 here in Rocky Hill. But in Cromwell, it's more weighted to 2 bedrooms, and we have a total of 8 school-age kids at the Cromwell community. And we would, suspect that it would be somewhat similar here in Rocky Hill also, since the demographics are the same. In addition to the target market, just generally speaking, if you look at this specific slide, what we tried to do is we tried to create an appropriately scaled, attractive streetscape for the downtown area. In the previous applications, there were 3 buildings on the main street. Now there are 4. And there's 4 different buildings with 3 unique styles of building. The 2 residential buildings and then the 2 mixed-use buildings that are on Dividend Road. These 4 buildings will activate Main Street with a mix of residential, retail, restaurant, and public parks. And once Tom gets into the site plan, I would like you guys to focus on the area that we created between the 2 mixed-use buildings to sort of, again, to activate the community. I said we use different buildings to provide visual relief, and we do have some images to show, to try to address some of Mr. Chandler's comments about articulation of the buildings. We believe that our density, our mix, our proposal strikes a good balance between residential, commercial, and retail in this sort of low traffic area in town. And we sort of discussed that at our last series of meetings. How this part of town sort of sizes up when it comes to commercial and retail. We pushed the front buildings, the residential buildings back, at the suggestion of the commission at the last hearings. But still, they're close enough to promote pedestrian access to the street and sort of, liven up Main Street. And as we discussed last time, and this new plan does the same thing, the parking areas are just interspersed without the site, and you cannot, in the parking areas themselves are not visible from the streetscape. The buildings shield the parking areas, so you won't see a sea of cars. Next slide, Thomas. And finally, I just want to we call this slide connectivity and linkages, but sort of a catch-all. Within 10 minutes or it's half a mile, there's public green spaces, restaurants, town hall, shopping, and entertainment. I spoke about this previously. Residents, spend time and dollars in the local community. Given the average household income and the percentage of discretionary income from the amount of people that will be living at this community, it's probably $12 to $15 million of discretionary income spent a year, sort of in the local area. The site plan, the internal site plan, our site plan, shows a series of both active and passive recreation areas huge clubhouse, gazebo, pool, fire pits, dog runs, you name it. And then in addition, we're showing, a lot of public space now, 2 pocket parks connected by a sidewalk, interspersed with, the 2 mixed-use buildings, with great public space for dining and sitting and looking at the fire pit. Importantly, this community offers housing choice, within Rocky Hill, both from a rental perspective and also provision of affordable housing. And as you can see in the site plan, every apartment home on our community is close or close to a public area, a clubhouse, and it's all connected by internal sidewalks. And that sort of ends my presentation. I know I've said this before at the last meeting, but I figured it'd be nice to review it since it's been some time. I'll turn it over to James, just to briefly go over, the architecture that we have, some of the changes to buildings, and then Tom will finalize our presentation.
Good evening, and thank you for your time, Commission. So as we've, some of you have seen these before, but again, we will review these as part of the presentation. So what we try to do with the architecture is, with the buildings that face Main Street, we wanted to give a more commercial feel to them. We used some rich elements with materials with regards to, you've got brick in the low levels, or the low areas that are, touchable and visible very clearly to the residents walking up and down Main Street. We've got a series of porticos and covered porches that will allow the units that are on that ground level to have direct access to the street, thus engaging the public and bringing the residents directly onto the public street, allowing for them to be able to exit from their unit directly and walk their dogs and things like that. We specifically adjusted the roof planes on these particular ones to be more of a parapet type construction, as opposed to a pitched roof, which all the other buildings interior to the space have a pitched roof as opposed to a parapet type roof. This further differentiates the buildings internal to the space, as well as the ones that are external, not external, but on the perimeter of the space facing Main Street and Dividend. Go to the next slide, please. So this is the retail building. This is the lower level is retail. It is set up for ground floor retail. We have multiple canopies and awnings that have a different feel than what the residential building is to the left, giving a storefront, giving a place for stores and retail establishments to provide signage. There's also, which will be seen more visibly in the site plan when Tom gets into it, area for outdoor seating to further help engage the walkability of the site, going from Dividend up and down through Main, and allowing intermingling of both the residents who are obviously living on property, as well as the ones that are coming here to dine and to partake of the retail elements. Next slide. This is just the same shot at night. One of the things we are doing too, from a lighting perspective, we make sure that we're maintaining the same light, same street lamps that we have up and down the rest of the property. And also we're making sure that all the lights that we're doing are complementary to the building, allow a safe environment for evening use and for the restaurants, as well as make sure that they're full cutoff fixtures. Next slide. So one of the comments that we received was about that there should be more articulation, both vertically and horizontally. So we haven't really done many changes, but one thing that I think was possibly misconstrued, because of the requirements of having a 2D or flat elevation, is that you lose some of that depth of moving in and out of the building. So this is building 2. This is the one that is this is building 6, far left. Sorry, building 2, that's right. And this is the one that is between the retail building and the building on the far left near Main Street. Just depicting the fact that we have, we're moving ins and outs. We have porches that are on here. We've got railing accents. We're popping up parapets. We're changing materials. both horizontally and vertically to allow variations in depth, allowing for shadow lines and allowing for ins and outs of the building. So go to the next slide, which should be building 2, just looking from the other direction. Similar scenario. It's just to show the fact is as you're walking up and down the street, there is a wide variety and a variation in both depths vertically and horizontally. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. So this is building 6, similar scenario. We're just, again, trying to depict the fact that through the variations of the parapets, we've got some low pitched roofs that are here. We've got nice accent corners that wrap around with wraparound balconies, allowing, the residents to be able to overwalk, look over Main Street as they're, in their residence. Next shot, I think, should be building 9. So this is our retail building. Again, has a different look to it, but still unified across the front elevational of the other 2 buildings. Main difference that you see is we obviously have a taller, lower level, allowing for the retail to have some higher ceilings for HVAC and for some larger storefront windows. We've also changed the canopies here to be more of an awning type structure, trying to soften up the edge and also try to give areas for potential retailers to come and have areas for entrances and covered and for signages. Next slide. These are, again, some of the materials we've looked at. We are leaning more towards the red brick, kind of going with the other red bricks that are in the area. Obviously, we can still play with some of these colors, but we're looking at utilizing rich materials and colors, combination of cementitious, both board and batten trim pieces, as well as horizontal cementitious siding, utilizing a storefront system for that, as well as metal aluminum railings, both along the porches, and then also you would have the same type of railings for site rails that would complement the buildings. Next slide. I think at this point, we'll turn it over to Tom and let him highlight the changes that have been incorporated into the latest version of the plan that you're looking at.
Thank you, James. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Sorry. So thank you, James. It's for the record, it's Tom Daly with the firm of SLR. We're really excited to be back before this commission. And one of the parts of the thing is, I remember right after we finished up with you last time, Michael Belfonte called me up and said, what do you think about the corner piece, the corner at the Dividend and Pratt Street? And we were so excited about it because it really, as designers, it gave us so much more opportunities to put together a comprehensive site plan. So that's really the largest change of this. But want to go back a little bit as Mark went back in time a little bit. But so here's the site plan that is before you. It's the same plan that you have in your packet, except we have rendered it. North is pointing to the left on the plan. So we have Main Street along the bottom, Dividend Road on your bottom right, Pratt Street on your right. We are surrounded by both multifamily and single family. And then across the street, we have mixed use, including commercial uses. So as everybody's spoken about today, as you move across Main Street, we're doing a variety of things. First of all, we have what Mark described as a pocket park. This will be a community space, a space that's available to the public. It will have outdoor seating. It will have a plaza space, some nice plantings to get out of the sun. It'll directly connect with a node right off of the streetscape that brings it in from there. And that's about 6,000 square feet of community open space right there. And then as you move to the right on the project, we will have buildings 2 and 6, which are residential buildings. They are building 2 is actually a split building. So it's 1 story more in the back, but as it faces Main Street, it will present itself as a 3-story building. Building 6 is the second residential building. That is a 3-story building. And then we come to our main entrance drive for the community. We have, one of the, great things about this particular site is we have direct access to an existing traffic signal, except we will have to do some work to improve this signal. And it's more about alignment and bringing it up to more current standards. There's a slight offset from the intersection across the street, and we're proposing to put some in, to do some real improvements there so it's well aligned. And as you know, this application will have to go before OSTA, the Office of State Traffic Commission, after we get local approvals, and they will work with us on that design. I will tell you though, early on when we started doing design, we actually met with DOT out in the field and fleshed out some of these comments with them, and they were on the same page as we are in terms of that. As we move to the right, this is where we're starting to, and one thing I would note is buildings 2 and 6 were moved back approximately 5 feet greater than what was before this commission last time. And that also allowed us to clean up the alignment of the street along Main Street and pull it back, the sidewalk back there. But to the right is, as others have indicated, with the bringing of One Dividend Road into the property, we really were able to do some fun things here. Building 9 was the mixed use building that's generally in the same location. So mixed use in the sense that it's commercial, retail, restaurant on the first floor, and the upper floors are residential. If you remember, we had a small office building that was located where my cursor is, fronting I guess it was fronting onto our site, but headed back to Pratt Street. With the acquisition of Dividend Road, we're able to rotate that building, bring it to the streetscape, and really bring together a very comprehensive retail space in this corner. And then we've also, as part of this design, we've come up with an additional parklet or a pocket park space. So we've created some public spaces on the bookends, really on both ends, the north and the south ends. As you can see, this is also about the same size as the other side. This is approximately 6,000 square feet. This area will also have picnic tables, outdoor areas for lawn areas to think, and an event space or a gazebo centered in the middle. But what you do see is also this large, basically outdoor plaza space. To give you a little context, we think actually we created some more exciting things, but this gets into the vein of Blueback Square behind Barnes and Noble, or if you've been up to Evergreen Walk, they have some of those elements. This area, I think, is larger than both of those areas, and we think it's really kind of this space that moves in and out. So we have a public space, public front along Dividend, yet it moves more into the retail space for the 2 buildings, and that could be outdoor dining and other sidewalk sales, those type of things, and then some more hard space as it goes to the back. As we move to the main portion of the site, we have really mixed things. So we have a large amenity space here, a very large clubhouse where that will actually be management staff that will be on site. It will be your mail room. Behind that is a pool and a cabana, and even a tot lot for the younger kids to go out there and kind of stretch their legs. In between building 5 and 7, we have a very large open space area for the community. If you compare that to, it looks to be about 12,000 square feet located between buildings 5 and 7. And then we have more of a quiet space in the back corner. This was an appropriate location for this, but sometimes you need to just get away sometimes and just go read a book and kind of find a quiet space. Sometimes those spaces are somewhat forgotten in these planning, but we thought there was an opportunity here. And by sticking in the back corner, we also thought it was appropriate as it was getting close to the single family homes in the back. You'll see the G nomenclature on some of these small narrow buildings. Those are detached garages. So those are areas where they're not carports, they're garages where people renting these communities have the option to pick up a garage space if that's so of their interest. We also have in the back corner another amenity space. We have a small dog run, which will be a fenced in area. And then right next to that is a maintenance building. Actually, we'll have a dog washing place in it. But as Michael indicated, Bellefonte both owns and maintains it. So we think there was really important to make sure we have on-site staff and a place to put maintenance equipment. And that may be a snow blower, just rakes, lawn equipment, those type of things. We'll be able to keep that on site so we can really keep up the high standards of the property. We do have a single refuge area that's located in here, and then that's also for recycling. But as you get into this area here, but as Mark indicated, you can see we've really worked hard to decentralize the parking. It's really well balanced. You can see every building has a very well spaced parking. People are not walking, 300-400 feet from a central parking lot. But what with this new plan is we were able to create some more robust parking to support the two mixed-use buildings. And I believe we've increased about 31 parking spaces on the plan with this new revision. And we did a little bit of an overlay of the changes, and I think Michael went through them, but we'll go through them one more time. So first of all, we took buildings 2 and 6 and we shifted those back. Those allowed us to give more breathing room to the sidewalk and actually clean up that. And I think James indicated, we picked up a lot of cues from your downtown, the investments that the town has put in terms of brick pavers, lighting, benches. Just up the street, you have a similar pocket park. We're gonna pick up those same details so it feels like a very continuous experience as you walk down Main Street. As we go towards the front, what we showed here is this is where my cursor is. That's where the office building was, as it was really, somewhat not engaged with the street. By the acquisition of One Dividend, that building was able to rotate and be engaged with Dividend Road and tie nicely into the mixed-use building to the point where we're able to create this entire mixed-use corridor or block that allowed us. One thing we are doing this, once we did do that, our traffic engineers took a look at it and we were able to close this curb cut on Dividend Road, which was no longer needed on that. And that was able to allow us to create this, really large plaza space and with the fire pit in the middle. In addition to that, one of the neighbors asked if we could take a look at sliding building 8 over. As Michael indicated, we have strengthened the planting along the property line. But in addition to that, we were able to slide building 5 over more. What you can't see on this plan is the topography starts to drop off pretty quickly after the meditative area. So that was a slide that we could make without having any negative impacts on that overall that slope down below. Here's a little bit of a blow up of this new space that we're talking about. So we have a lot of things going on here, really exciting stuff. So we have a lot of seat walls that are going along here. This will be, we expect to have some really exciting lights. As James indicated, we'll be picking up the street standard along the Main Street and the sidewalk, but we'll be bringing those type of same elements into the site. So in front of this building, we expect to have, we're gonna have some outdoor eating, outdoor tables. And what I think is exciting too is this is just not a flat space here. There's undulations, there's stepping up and stepping down. That creates a lot of excitement in the space. As you can see this area, you come in here and we have a handicap ramp that gets you to the top, but also there's some nice elevations here. We're having these seat walls that both provide a sense of privacy a little bit, but at the same point, they're not so tall that they create, not engaging the street. So you're walking down the street, you're kind of seeing the tops, people from their chest up sitting at the table and sitting outside. This is an area here we're proposing to have a large fire pit, outdoor seating area. This can be used, 4 seasons out there, and really just a gathering space. So we're going to pull these hardscapes through here, and we're expecting this to all be very high-end pavers with some banding for really colored interest. And then we move to the corner here, and this is really the change on this site is now we have this bookend additional public space, this area here. So we're proposing a gazebo that can be used for outdoor concerts and music in the evenings. We're also putting some picnic tables for more, just an opportunity for people kind of just go out there, have some lunch and kind of get away from the crowd. But the other thing about this is by getting the corner here, we're able to also bring this sidewalk all the way around the corner in that gap on there. And as we presented to you last time, Bellefonte and the applicant are committed to take the sidewalk all the way down to our Pratt Street. But we do need the town to help us get permission from 2 property owners. But if the town is able to get them to allow us to put that sidewalk in, we'll take that sidewalk all the way down. But even part of our application, we're going to take it all the way around the corner and then fill in the gaps on our frontage. And then go back to the pocket park or the one on the north end. We have a pergola, central planting area with, once again, seating all around. We think we're actually proposing maybe some game tables with a little chess. You can get these tables with chess boards built into them in just a nice place. But at the same point, we do have a more engaged space here, which is connecting right to the sidewalk. So you really come in here, this is maybe a little more active space and you get into more of a quiet space. And then we also, while it is open to the public, we still also want to engage our residents because they're part of the public. So they'll have a kind of a winding or an arc staircase that gets up to here and then comes into the space. And that might be, a path of where people come up through here and then scoot off to the north if they're going to, go to some of the businesses there. We've gone around town, and really the town has really done a wonderful job in terms of their streetscape elements. I think they've picked some very attractive materials. So we're going to pick up on that. And once again, we want it almost to look like it was a similar, all done at the same time. And really, this is a town installed kind of parklet just to our north. So we're kind of piggybacking on that. We're picking up the same lights. We're going to do the same lights along the frontage. Once we get into our site, we're actually going to get more of a more efficient light and a light that is much more dark sky compliant and gets the light onto the ground, but it's still aesthetically a similar light to what the town is picking up. But clearly you can see throughout here is the town has established the black bench look, the brick, and we're going to be picking those materials up throughout our frontage. We've worked, the landscape architects have worked really hard to pick a lot of materials that provide both 4 seasons of interest, and then so there's evergreens and a lot of trees that pop during in the spring and in the fall. We expect if you probably went onto the landscaping plan and counted up the amount of trees, there's a significant amount. We're also proposing a lot of evergreen screens along the adjacent property lines to provide some screening. That being said, we feel strongly that this is going to be a much improvement over what's out there today. But we do see opportunities to kind of put some screening along there. So and most of the, but you can see this is kind of a palette of materials that you're going to see out there. What you don't see on here is that Bellefonte will go even beyond that with annual plantings and more perennials. But this is kind of the hardy stock you're going to see in terms of the plantings. As also part of our submission package, we went through a robust traffic analysis. And really 2 parts. One, actually be more for the Belfonte company's benefit or making sure we were coming forward with an application that was solid. There was a robust parking study done. And that was, we went out there and we wanted to make sure that we right-sized the parking on this project. And that's especially important when it comes to mixed use. Luckily, we have a location where there is public transportation. There's bike ability, there's walking ability. So maybe the car is not as needed as other communities, but we still know that people will have to find a way. And one of the benefits of Rocky Hill is it's so centrally located that people can get to their jobs pretty efficiently. But so on the parking study, but Belfonte wanted to make sure we had a right-sized project. So we went out there and we looked at several other communities in the regional area. We actually did, I think, parking studies at midnight on Sunday, and I think we can all agree that that's when you probably have the best chance of being at home. We also, as SLR, have a large portfolio of parking counts we've done on many, many communities around the state. And then we looked at it several different ways. We looked at your own regulations. We looked at the ITE, which is basically the document that the DOT and everybody uses in terms of checking on the parking. And so we did it based upon our studies, and we based it upon ITE, and then we looked at your own regulations. And we concluded that, in fact, we have plenty of parking out here for the mixed use. In addition to that, we did a traffic study. We looked at all the adjacent intersections. We looked at our new driveways, and we did traffic counts. We worked early on with the DOT. We basically got them to sign off on the traffic counts and the numbers we were using before we even put pen to paper, because we knew we were going to have to go to OST to get approval. So we worked with DOT to confirm the existing volumes and the proposed volumes. And we put that into a model. So we figured out what the existing was, and then we projected forward based upon published data, that once again, that IT manual for traffic. And our analysis showed that all the intersections around us still function at a very good level and would not see a negative impact. But that being said, as I indicated before, we will be working with DOT to do some improvements at the Garden Street intersection with Main Street and realigning our driveway. So it's a nice and tidy four-way intersection there. And ultimately, that, like I said, that will go to OSTA for approval after we get local approvals. With that, and we also did take a look at sightlines at all the intersections, and we have more than adequate sightlines based upon the speed limits out there. With that, I'm going to pass the baton to Joe Williams.
Thank you, Tom, and great job, gentlemen. So I will summarize for you, commissioners, why our proposal complies with all of your applicable standards. First, our proposal satisfies the goals and the purposes of the Town Center District, which, if you look at section 4A1 in your regulations, it states that the purpose of the Town Center District is the area where mixed-use development will be encouraged in order to support establishment of mixed-use pedestrian-friendly areas as recommended in the Plan of Conservation and Development. That's essentially the statement of purpose for the Town Center District, and that is exactly what we are doing. As you just heard, and as you can see in all the materials we've provided you, we are proposing a mixed-use development that's walkable. It engages pedestrians and has shared parking to try to keep parking to a reasonable minimum. But as Tom explained, we have also made sure that we have enough. The plans conform to your zoning criteria, with the exception being the minor relief, similar to our first application, that we are requesting in the front setbacks and in the height of one building by 1.5 feet, except that the relief we're requesting to the setbacks in the front is less than it was the first time around, because as you heard, we have pushed those buildings back farther from the street. and the parking complies with state statute. But I did note after we put the slides together that the commission at one of your January meetings amended your parking regulation to comply with the state statute. So we comply with your regulation too. As Mr. Anderson explained, our architectural plans meet your design objectives. They contain street front retail, again, engages pedestrians, staggers the facades. We do articulate the buildings horizontally and vertically, and we carry through the town standards for sidewalks, lighting, etc. We also are complying with your requirement to deed restrict 10% of the units as affordable housing for 30 years. And the proposal is consistent with the plan of conservation and development because, next. Again, we're establishing a mixed-use pedestrian-friendly community. It will establish a sense of place. Of course, it cleans up the AIM site, which is a specific goal stated in your plan. It's walkable. It presents a diversity of uses, office, multifamily, residential, restaurant, retail stores, and is increasing the density, the activity, the vibrancy in this area, and the transit connections. And of course, we'll diversify the town's housing portfolio and help meet the needs of an aging population, moderate income households, and a variety of potential tenants and our target market, as Mark Forlenza described. Next. And I just want to note that I did provide you once again in the letter contained in your application packet, a detailed statement, including at pages 5, 6, and 7 of how our application complies with all of your site plan and special permit criteria and all of the special provisions of the town center district. So I will rely on that detailed statement and incorporate it and adopt it as part of these remarks, as well as all of the explanation that we gave you at the first public hearing, which we have incorporated into the record of this proceeding. But to summarize, as you heard tonight, Mr. Belfonte has entered into a contract to add property to the development, which allowed us to make some very positive and beneficial changes to it, and gave our engineers and architects license to build in some really creative and fun and exciting additional elements to the proposal. And we've made several other material revisions that you heard about tonight, all in an effort to address the commission's concerns that were stated as part of your decision last month. Our proposal will be redeveloping a highly visible and blighted property in the middle of an important commercial corridor to Rocky Hill and change it into a vibrant live-work community where people can live and they can work and they can walk to their jobs. It will increase the green space on the site substantially, its walkability, and make a sense of place. It also offers public spaces for, as you just heard about, just recreation and relaxation and public engagement, public events, etc. We believe by doing this, we will act as our development will act as a catalyst for other businesses to make investments in the neighborhood and up and down Main Street and the Silestine Highway. And of course, by providing new housing and retail opportunities, we're providing a storefront to engage pedestrians, and we're also going to be adding new customers for local businesses. And in a time when all of our businesses are, including my own, are really hurting in being able to hire the workforce that they need, you will allow us to bring in additional potential workforce for those businesses. So helping them in many ways and improving the value of those businesses and all the properties around our site. That is our presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time and attention. We respectfully request your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. As part of the next proceeding, what I would do is open the public hearing to the public. And what I am going to do is, John, you have sent me email of the speakers. So I'm going to use that speaker list. There is no addition to that. Is that correct, John?
That is correct.
Thank you. So first individual on the list is Jeff Coyley. I think you're muted. You're muted, sir. If you can. You're still muted.
You find the unmute button in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. If you hover it over.
Sir, you can also just hold your space bar down. That will unmute you as you speak.
Nope.
I can try to email him since I do have the email address here. I will try to do that to see if he can get that. If that's okay.
Can the host unmute people?
I cannot.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Coyle, if you just hold the space bar down, that should facilitate your microphone unmuting.
Space bar on your keyboard.
On the keyboard, yes.
Can hear.
Why don't we move on to the next, and while he figures out what to do.
All right, we are going to move to the second speaker. We apologize. Once you figure out, we'll come back. Once I see that your microphone is unmuted. So we'll move on to the second speaker, Tejal Vallam. Tejal Vallam, you are the second speaker. All right, I see you.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my comment. I just want to state that the improvements that Belfanti has made sound good, and I'm thankful for the commission and their hard work to try to bring forth a development for the town that is approachable by the town and also serves the purpose of small business and large business development. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will move to the third speaker, Maria Manela.
Hi, this is Maria Manela, 110 Highland Street, Rocky Hill, Connecticut. I have been a citizen of Rocky Hill for the past 25 years. I am currently on the Board of Education, and I am here to say that I am I oppose to the mixed use of this development. I feel that the number of apartments that are going in are way too many. I'm concerned for our school system. I noticed that you did say it was only 1 to 2 bedroom apartments, but there are still they're still able to have children move into these apartments. And we just built a new intermediate school. And we are still where our numbers are going up. So I'm very concerned, especially with the $50 million budget for the Board of Ed that is up for, that's been proposed from our superintendent. I'm hoping that you could put more stores in the mixed use. I appreciate all the developments that you did, the changes that you made, and hopefully maybe possibly put in more stores and reduce the number of apartments. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to the next speaker, Julie Redder. Julie Redder, you are there? Julie Redder going once.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
I live in Cedar Hollow, which is butts the back of this property. And just was interested in what the improvements were that they were making. You know that we have written letters because we have a serious problem with the condition of the Ames property and the drainage, et cetera. So we're very hopeful that this will move forward and make an improvement to all the problems that we have. And it sounds encouraging looking at the changes that they made to suit the zoning board. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I will move on to the next speaker, John Chidzik. Do we have John Chidzik? I don't see.
Mr.
Here.
Chairman, I do not see him connected to the meeting.
All right, thank you. Just for the record, John Chidzik is not connected. So we're moving on to the next speaker, Kenneth Russo.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Rousseau. I'm the president of Cedar Hollow Association. We border your west border at the lowest point on the site. Our biggest concern, our past concerns obviously have been with the drainage on that site, overflowing into our complex. And I just want some assurances that all protection will be done during the construction. I understand that after construction, you will be curbing the runoff by pumping it off to the side and adding more drains. But my concern is during the construction that we have no failures of the temporary fencing that would be put up for that. If we have another storm like we seem to be having, where there's 6 to 8 inches of rain, that we do have some protection. Or in the case of protection or remediation, if you will, because we have spent a lot of money from that site. Because of that site, the expansion of that site in 2000 should not have been done the way it was. So we're just concerned that we will get the protection necessary during construction, and hopefully this site will go through so that we won't have the problem in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will move on to the next speaker, Suzanne Smith.
She was not able to attend.
All right, thank you. So for the record, Suzanne Smith is not able to attend and she's not connected. I'll move on to the next speaker, Lori Bosky.
Hi, Lori Bosky, 18 Highland Street. Just a quick comment that I'm disappointed that this important meeting was virtual. The previous public hearings were held at council chambers and the pandemic was in full swing back then. So I was concerned about making sure that the public did hear and had an opportunity to speak to this. But I am pleased with the revisions presented tonight, increasing retail space, adding additional community and open space with the purchase of property at 1 Dividend Road, and creating that one main entrance in line with Garden Street. I think that's really going to make it better for the residents there. I would like to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for previously denying this application. I don't see it as a problem for other people coming into town, because I think, look what happened. That denial has led to some changes that I think is going to make this particular development much more accessible by other townspeople and not just be a separate unit. So I do thank the members of Planning and Zoning for their hard work and dedication to this proposal. I know you get paid a lot for this position, and I'm sure you spent plenty of hours reviewing all these documents. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to the future and showing that Rocky Hill is a great place to live and work and play. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lori. For the record, I just would like to address your initial concern about this being the Zoom meeting. If you recall, our January meeting was a Zoom meeting, and during December, there were a lot of cases going up. At that time, even the governor and the town made the decision that we will be going Zoom. So January, and I can give you, a January 19th meeting was a Zoom meeting. And this meeting also was already established as a Zoom meeting while the cases were high. And we have to publish this in way in advance. So because of that, as and when government changes the regulations, we cannot change or deviate from our statutory requirements of publishing the notice and the timing requirements. And therefore, this public meeting is a Zoom meeting. And just like what we have done in last 2 years, everybody is given an opportunity to connect via Zoom. Everybody is given the link. So I do not believe we are not allowing anybody who would like to address to the commission. We are not blocking them. That's my opinion. And I just wanted to clarify that particular the issue or concern that is raised. Thank you very much. I will move on to the next speaker, Lyra LaSalle, please. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Jaira LaSalle, I'm sorry.
Yes, no problem. Yes, this is Jaira LaSalle. I am on 42 Ashwell Avenue, which is about a block away from this site. Really pleased with the developments, and really excited to see this plan for this location. You know, being a resident in the area, you know, it has been a long time coming to have this site being developed. So thank you everyone on the commission, and thank you for everyone doing this proposal for us. So it's very exciting time for our town. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move on to the next speaker, Tony Palazzolo.
I'm here, and I'd like to start off by telling you that I had 2 pages prepared for tonight. I had not seen your revisions. So I think basically I will just tell you that I've been here for more than 55 years waiting to see where the center of Rocky Hill is. We used to have a mini center when we had the post office, the gas station, a pharmacy, and Grasso's and Frank's restaurant, which is today where CVS is. And that was Silas Dean. For a minute, I thought we were going to see this over on the Shunpike, where they put in the new Evergreen Walk type center that isn't finished from the last time they built something. I hope that Mr. Belfante's group is committed, as he has said he has, because he seems to be trying to make it aesthetic with his trees and with the walks and things. But I hope that the buildings that you fill with businesses are things that the whole town will want to use and not just the apartment residences. In other words, I hope there'll be restaurants, some fun shops, some necessities, things that could go along with the center. And I also think it would be nice if you could incorporate somehow some history. I don't know if you realize it, but after going to the Godfrey Library for a lecture, we had more witches in Connecticut than they did in Salem, but Salem was smart enough to build to bring in tourism. And you are in our historic district, which, you know, from the cemetery over to Glastonbury Ave and down to the ferry. You really should be thinking about that when you're putting some of the things in, I think. I don't know. Bottom line is people come here for Dinosaur Park and the ferry, and we need to be kind of featuring this as we develop our town going forward in terms of businesses. And I do like what you've done with the brick and the white, because my concern was 3 and 4 stories across from 1 story on the opposite side of Silas Dean. I thought architecturally that was a little bit, you know, like Mutt and Jeff. I hope the 4 stories are gone, because I know over in Europe, you look down at the cities, and while there's a lot of them, they aren't like New York skyscrapers. So thank you for your work, and I will, I also wanted to mention that Rocky Hill has a lot of apartments. I mean, I know you know this. I don't know if there's been any study done about how many apartments we have against population compared to other towns, because Century Hills was to be a city within the city when it was built. And I realize this is a different focus on who you're providing these apartments for. So I thank you very much, and I'll turn off. Good night.
Thank you very much for your comments. Moving on to the next speaker, Barry Goldberg.
Hi, good evening to everyone here. Thank you, Dippo, for allowing me to speak. I have notes that I'm looking to present my comments, but I really have to make note of the start of the public hearing where the attorney for Mr. Belafonte insulted the Planning and Zoning Commission and insulted the residents of Rocky Hill. I believe his message was that if we, he will see how we proceed with this application, and if it's not, and I take it as a threat, that he would inform the business community. The message will go out to the business community. So I think, Mr. Belafonte, you seem to be a nice guy, but your attorney seems to start off the public hearing with an insult to the residents of Rocky Hill. And if you listen to the tape, you would get that indication. With my comments, and since all the previous material has been submitted from the previous public hearings, there was an issue that was brought up which I couldn't address at the time, talking about economics. Where the commission, which they did do their due diligence in denying this because they thought it could be a better product, and to the credit of the applicant, Mr. Belafonte, he came in with a better product. But in the previous discussions at public hearings, the issue of economics was involved, where every time a commission member mentioned a comment about lowering the number of units for the site, a representative of Mr. Belafonte made the comment, well, you know, the economics won't work. So I would like and that's still in the record, and that's still in the minds of the commission members. So I would like either Mr. Belafonte or Mr. Attorney Williams to discuss the economics and what that means to deliberations of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So they put out there that, you know, we have too many apartments in Rocky Hill. We have an inventory of 40% multifamily housing in Rocky Hill, and all the other surrounding towns are in the category of 20. Wethersfield is 22, Newington is 24, Glastonbury is 17, Berlin is 16, Cromwell is 29. So it would be interesting to make it quite clear in the conversations with the commission as to where does economics play a role? Is that part of zoning? Does the commission deliberate on to whether if they lower the number of units permitted on the site by 100 units And it's made the comment that, well, no, it won't work because economics won't work for this project there. So that is in the record, that is in the minds of the commission members. I think that should be a clarity of the air as to what the interpretation is of economics in the deliberations of zoning and the Planning and Zoning Commission's discussions. Now,
Can I just
now let me finish.
interrupt
Dimple. This is
1 minute. I just want to
excuse me, Dimple. This is my time to make the comments. If you want to make comments after I'm done, then that's fine.
All right.
Now, as to the issue of, sure, you have some better green area that's put into the site. I would prefer to see more green area. I believe that if the commission looks at the interpretation of the regulations, they will see that there's green space, and this is supposed to be a town center. This project was originally labeled as a town center, and then Victor indicated this is no town center. So I believe the commission in previous discussions have already indicated that this is not what the commission wants, because they took the name off as town center. So it's a project, a multifamily project. That's what it is. So my question is that since it's a multifamily project and it has residents that are going to be living here, and since those residents will take the requirements of schools, town hall administrations, fire, police, library, senior center, ambulance, park and recs, and human services, what does the town of Rocky Hill get out of this, though? What is the benefit to the residents, to the town of Rocky Hill, besides some small little green areas? As you know, with a residential project, the residential projects take all the services of a community, where it was mentioned previously about you would pick up your own trash and stuff like that. But residents want libraries. The libraries, they're going to be inundated with more people there. It's right in the center of where the town has all its services. All right, I will finish, and then I will finish.
Okay.
And then if the opportunity, I would like to make more comments.
Okay, please hurry up. Yeah.
So the point is that I like the explanation as to the economics and how it plays into the deliberations of planning and zoning, and what is the residents of Rocky Hill really going to get out of this project here? To what benefit is it going to be to the residents, except for some small park areas that are associated with this project, which is not the intent of the town center in the regulations that were drafted by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Right, is that it?
I'm done for the moment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, because you said for clarification of commissioners. So I don't know whether you were speaking on behalf of commissioners or you were speaking as a resident of a town.
I'm speaking as a individual speaking to the project.
Yeah, because you were talking about for in commissioners' minds and in clarification for commissioners. So I just want to make sure, are you speaking in terms of commissioners or you are speaking as a resident? So
I'm speaking as an experienced zoning and commission person with many years of experience in zoning.
Thank you.
As a resident.
Okay. I'll move on to the next speaker, which is Charles Spill.
Hello, thank you. My name's Scott Spiel. I am also a resident of the Cedar Hollow condominium complex right behind the proposed development at 608 Cedar Hollow. I'd like to generally express my support for the project. It'd be great to see this go through, and there's some really interesting design characteristics in there. I would echo the concerns of a few of the prior speakers, however, that this is a lot of new residences, and perhaps the town residents of Rocky Hill would benefit more, for instance, from a little bit addition of retail, particularly on the ground floor. Perhaps those other Buildings number 3 and 4, I believe, still have a ground floor, but are still ground floor facing the street, Main Street, but are all residential. Perhaps by adding a little bit more retail there, in particular, for instance, a site designated for grocery facility would be a great benefit to the local public. For instance, we live essentially in a food desert for miles to the south and a mile to the west. We are essentially, if we're on foot shopping at either a CVS or a convenience store for food, it would be a great benefit to the local residents to have even just a small independent grocery or something to that effect on the ground floor of one of those buildings that people could reach on foot, especially, for instance, all the residents of this new community. I think that would be a tremendous benefit to, the community as a whole, and alleviate some of that extra space that is simply miscellaneous retail. So other than that, I would like to generally support, express my support for the project as a local resident. But there are still a few more additions, I think, refinements that could be made to make this even of greater benefit to the town of Rocky Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move on to the next speaker, Peter Parada. Peter, you are here. Let me see. I don't see Peter. John, do you see? Is it connected?
He is not. And for clarification, I have Mr. Spiel listed again, if you notice on your list.
Yes, thank you.
And I do see that Mr. Coyle now has sorted out his audio.
Yes. So for the record, Peter Parada is not connected. So I will move on to Mr. Jeff Coyle.
Hi, Jeff Boyle. I live at 1 Pratt Street, so I'm right across the street from the project. I am excited about it. I think it's a good opportunity to clean up an area that has been kind of an eyesore for a number of years. I did have a question about how soon they were talking about, assuming that it was approved, how soon they were going to start construction. And if there was some kind of a time frame that they were going to work, let's say 7:30 in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon or something along those lines. And if that would include Saturday and Sunday, or at least not Sunday. That was one of my questions. The other question I had is that the access to the property on off of Pratt Street, there's an existing kind of an alleyway driveway, and it looks like that's going to be enlarged to a small extent and give some access toward the back area of the building. And I was wondering if was that intention, or is that a more of a fire driveway? What's the intention of that particular driveway? Is there going to be increased traffic coming from there, or is it going to be primarily coming off of Main Street and on to the beginning of, or just before Dividend Road, actually? That's it.
All right, thank you. So I see that covers all the speakers. Anyone else who would like to speak the second time? All right, seeing none, what I'm going to do is open the public hearing and comments to the commissioners. I'll go, as I said, from my left first, Commissioner Zarelli.
Question on construction, section 17 of your submittal. You have a pullout here of construction entrances, and just curious, the curb cut that you guys are trying to close on Dividend, are you going to use that as your construction entrance and not the main entrance because you have to change the entryway? Or are you gonna close that dividend entrance right away? If you could take us through construction entrance on dividend, that'd be great. I don't know.
Mark, do you want to do that? You're on mute.
You'll have to pull up the map actually, so I can see what he's referring to.
It's section 17, so I don't know if you guys can. It's the, I could show you, but it's the progress map.
Right, it
Yeah,
shows at the old driveway there, construction entrance with temporary street signage.
Correct.
Tom, can you pull it up,
So
Tom?
but also for the record, Tom Daly. So the intent is to use that driveway. I mean, it's multiple. So you're right. We do have work we have to do at the main drive. So while we're actively working in there, we would use the other curb cut as a point of access because we're actively working. And as I indicated, we have some decent amount of work at the intersection. But ultimately, we may switch back over. But at the same point is, I think Mark indicated at the last meeting, is this is the way the project is built is buildings get occupied individually. So give you an example, and I forget the order, but building 6 would come online, it would be leased up and occupied. So we would have the main drive open and fully occupied at that point and allow construction to go into a different driveway. So we're not having that conflict of construction there. So Bellefonte this site actually has a lot more opportunities than but the Cromwell site, as Michael described, was much more complicated in terms of that. But we do think we have an opportunity to use some of these different curb cuts to really isolate the construction traffic from the residential traffic. So those construction entrances may be fluid during the work, depending on the particular project we're doing. But I think Mark will probably confirm with me that the intent is to get the main driveway up and running at the light as soon as possible. So when that first building gets occupied, the residents are able to come out at that light.
Also, answer Mr. Coyle's question. And again, I apologize for the laryngitis here. There's a big cleanup and demolition job with regards to knocking that Ames building down. And there's hazardous waste also in that building, which has to be trucked out of there. So you won't see construction on the new buildings probably for at least a year, I would guess. But we haven't actually thought out the construction schedule with regards to entrances, egresses, and ingresses yet, or where the trucks are going to be going. But it'll be done very thoughtfully, very carefully, and it will adhere to all the town's rules and regulations in terms of when construction begins, when it starts, when it ends. It'll be done professionally and very carefully and thoughtfully.
Okay.
Can you hear me, or am I muted?
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So Michael, this is our construction phasing plan.
Right.
So you should see it. It's not really, and again, like I said in other meetings, we don't really phase construction. This is more of a sequencing plan. So now that's in front of us. I could just agree with what Tom had said. Our first sequence is phase 1, where that entry will be built, and that's where the construction traffic will come out once that intersection is stabilized. So maybe temporarily we'll use that secondary access that's there right now before closing it off. But after one is complete, construction traffic will no longer use that temporary access and come through the main access.
That's what I wanted to hear. Secondly, on that same access, when it comes to dividend, how did it improve the performance of the Main Street entrance in your traffic study? Did it improve the performance not having 2 curb cuts next to each other?
It did not. It didn't change anything.
Okay.
We were always seeing that as a kind of a secondary access anyways. We did worst case scenario. We pushed for one of our analysis, we pushed all the traffic to the main thing and proved that in fact that worked. But that was one of the first questions. It was a good question. When Michael approaches about that piece, one of my first calls was to my traffic department and said, hey, if we close this curb cut, does this have any negative impact on the analysis? And their answer was very quickly, no, because we really were not. And actually, it's kind of a weird intersection anyways on Dividend. In some ways, they felt like it cleaned it up a little bit to take that other curb cut and get everybody to the main signal.
Yeah, one of the basic things when they first do the traffic studies to distribute the traffic at the 3 entry or exit points. And in the original analysis, there was very few cars coming in and out of there anyway. So eliminating that drive. I mean, that drive was originally maintained, it was for us also, but it was also for the office building. That's why we sort of maintained that drive. Now that that's eliminated, we had the opportunity to close that down and then create, and then direct the whatever minimal traffic that was assigned to that exit and entry somewhere else. And then that's what enabled us to create that plaza, when we eliminated that entry. So that's kind of the thinking behind that.
And my final question, have you seen the staff comments that were in our email?
We did.
Okay,
Yeah,
just making
yes,
sure.
and I reviewed those carefully. We believe that, and I can tell as the design engineer, I've gone through those comments. Many of the comments are fairly simple notes on the plan, those type of things. And then the other comments, I think are a little more in the vein of the type of details we're going to have to submit with the building permit. So on that, the only comment that I would say we have no control over, there was some recommendation to remove the pavement on the 2 houses that front on Pratt Street. And we should just let everybody know, those are private residences that are not part of this application. We have no authority to go onto their property. We have drainage right off the property line, and us putting a screen fence in is not going to cause any drainage issues there. But otherwise, I would have to say we have no objection to the comments except for that one because it's just not our property and we can't control that.
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, Commissioner, let's see, Aglico.
Good evening. Just to piggyback on what Victor said on the staff comments, one of the comments was the sidewalk. Looking at what I can tell, that you're going to maintain the sidewalk along 99 onto Dividend Road and around, but that's all on town property, correct?
Yeah, it's the standard detail, but it's just like the sidewalk in front of my house. It's my obligation to shovel it, snow plow it, maintain it. But the sidewalk, per your standard detail, has to fall within the public way. But yeah, we'll sweep it, we'll mow it, we'll mow in front of it, and we'll shovel it.
Okay, the next question would be in reference to the dumpsters. You got one dumpster pad there. Is that a dumpster or is that a compactor?
That is actually a compactor.
Yeah, it's a full compactor, and it's a detail that Belfonte we worked out. So it's a full recycling center compactor. Correct.
You're showing 2 there. So one's a compactor for trash, and the other one's for recycling.
Well, I think the detail, maybe it's a compactor, and then there's a kind of a ramp sidewalk that goes up to it so you can dump into it. And then we have, yes, and then the small enclosure is probably more for recycling materials.
So those 2 are going to be sufficient for the whole property.
Yes.
Mark, why don't you explain the valet service?
Yeah, I mean, but the question is whether that's sufficient in general. Yes, it is sufficient. Usually in these communities of this size and even larger, that compactor is more than sufficient. These compactors and what the trash gets collected in comes in a variety of different sizes. So if that is appropriately sized for the community. In addition, one of the newer things that we've been doing is we've been doing sort of this pickup at the residents' homes. So historically, what happened with these trash compactors were they had to be sort of centrally located near the front of the site. So when people put the garbage in their car, they got to the compactor, they got out, they parked, they walked up the ramp, they put their recyclables in, the recyclables bin, and they put their common trash in the compactor. As we mentioned before, we've got eight folks on site, 2 or 3 maintenance people, and they operate the compactor. And then when it gets filled, we pull it. What's happened, recently within the last 5 years is we have this concierge trash in which the trash itself gets picked up, at the residential buildings and the commercial space, by a carter, collected, and then dumped into this compactor. So people will put their trash out, it'll get picked up, and then dumped in the central location. But that is more than sufficient because it gets compacted. It might get pulled once or twice a week, but it's sufficient.
So with that, I'm just trying to understand, like, the tenant would come out of their unit and they would go to a common area and there'd be like a oversized container there?
No, what happens is they just put their trash out, near their door, and it gets picked up on certain days.
Oh, okay.
Just like you do at your home, only it's right outside their door.
Okay.
It gets picked up, then collected, and then put into the compact.
So the last question with the dumpster, is it screened or is that stays open?
No, what we will probably do, and I've done probably 12 of these over, more than that, 30 of these over my career. We tried to blend them into the community. So at times we made them look like barns, with barn doors and holes in barns. So it kind of looks like a building on site. Other times at Cromwell, we built these larger walls that had this stone on it, so it was shielded, and then we landscape it and kind of hide it. Probably the way the grades work here, they actually work to our favor. We'll probably make a little building around it to make it look like a shed. So it's kind of, so you don't see it, and then we'll probably screen it with some landscaping.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thurman.
Yeah, I don't have any comments. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Commissioner Hussey.
Yes, thank you. I've got just a few quick questions. Mr. Coyle from 1 Pratt Street, I'm going to piggyback kind of on one thing that he was saying in terms of, Mark, I think you had said that this really isn't a phased project. Based on that, what do you anticipate, Mr. Belfonte, you might be able to respond as well. What do you anticipate in terms of timing? I know you said it for a year.
Well, once we get through with the local approvals, we have to go to OSTA and get to sort of their sign off on several things, including, as we said last time, the relocation of the bus stop and some sidewalks. We'll do that. As we said, we do it last time, and we will do that and try to implement that in the plan. We go to the state to get sort of the OSTA sign off. That usually takes about 4 months. In the interim of that 4 months, we'll be developing building permits. The first thing we do, as Michael said, would be to sort of remediate and knock down the existing building, which could take 6 to 9 months. After that, it's probably a 24-month construction cycle from building start to finish after the buildings come down. So in total, probably just north of 30 months for construction. Okay. And as the buildings get, we showed that sequencing plan, and as the buildings get, finished and CO'd, we will move people in and, advance on to other buildings. So there's really no phasing plan. It'll be done, within 30 months of us starting, or probably just a little north of that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think this might be a question for Tom. In relation to the traffic study, one thing it did mention on the Pratt Street curb cut. It did talk about foliage that could be a problem in terms of the overall sight line, and it would have to be trimmed back. Were they referring to vegetation that's actually on this property or for property owners that are on street?
It's both. So, but when you come out, the existing Pratt Street driveway is completely overgrown on our property. I mean, it's been gated off. There's all overgrown, so we have to clean that. And then, but within the right of way, we do not have to go onto private property to clear up. But there's some low-hanging limbs that we'll take a look at that and see if we just have to limb that up in the town right away. But it's primarily our driveway because nobody's used it for 18 years and it's just completely overgrown.
Okay, all right. And I think the other question I had, probably for you as well, Tom, it was
Yes.
in regard to, and I think I'm going to go back onto what Mr. Russo from Cedar Hollow was mentioning in terms of drainage, where the station area is on the rear of the project. I think you had mentioned that the gradients drop off pretty good. And assuming that reflects drainage going over to Cedar Hollow. Can you give us like a brief little synopsis of during construction, even post construction, of how you're going to maintain and kind of work the drainage so that it will improve over at Cedar Hollow?
Sure, and I appreciate you bringing that up because I didn't want to forget about the public's comments on that. So a couple things on drainage. First of all, I would have to say is we had a preliminary, very early meeting with town engineering staff and other staff just early on, and they were very quick to give us a heads up about the Cedar Hollow drainage issues. And their indication was that, frankly, the property just has not been maintained well. And I will have to tell you, based upon a site visit, I have to agree with that. So I went out there and there's very few catch basins. And one of at least a couple of catch basins I saw was completely clogged with debris. And unfortunately, that's a little bit of a result of potentially a vacant owner there. So what I saw out there is huge, pavement areas going down to basically a single catch basin, maybe two. And if that catch basin ever got clogged, it's only got one place to go, and that's towards Cedar Hollow. So a couple things we've done with our plan is one, I think as we've presented, we've had a significant increase in green space on site. And anytime you can get more green space and less pavement, we're going to have a net decrease in runoff. The other thing is we've put in a significant amount of drainage inlets. So we're not relying on, I think out there might be only, anywhere from just 8 catch basins for a site this size is just kind of crazy. So we have much more catch basins. Now that also has to do with just the general layout, we have more. So the good thing about that is, if one ever catch basin happens to get clogged in a big storm, we have another catch basin nearby to take it over. But we do, as we indicated, we do have a active management company on here. So, but in terms of that, so we did an analysis under existing conditions and analysis under proposed conditions, and we looked at it for the 2, 10, 25, 50, and the 100-year storm event. And for all those storm events, we're showing a net decrease in runoff to the drainage pipe that heads towards Cedar Hollow. So that's the post-approval or post-construction. And I think it was an excellent comment that came up about the what do you do during construction, right? Because you don't have all that infrastructure in place thing. Now, one thing I would note is Mark talked about this kind of sequencing, but traditionally, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, almost all the drainage infrastructure gets put in first. So the good thing is it's not like we're doing, only the 2 catch basins right by the first building and we do it on that. We typically go in and put all the infrastructure in first, get that in place, and then we're just really building the pad sites and the buildings as we go. Mark, is that correct?
That's correct. That is correct.
So we'll get that drainage infrastructure in really early So that's one of the first things. Also, part of our application, we submitted an erosion control plan, and that's to manage both construction runoff and during that. So, so I think two elements to Cedar Hollow they should understand is the drainage infrastructure will be one of the first things we put in right after the building is demoed. And then two, we have an erosion control plan there that shows how to manage stormwater during construction. And a third item is this project is of a size that it will have to be registered with the DEP for an erosion control registration. So there'll be an oversight from them. And with that permit is required that I believe weekly and after every storm event, the erosion controls need to be inspected and that needs to be documented on site.
Yeah, excellent.
And I
Thank you.
guess if the site itself was vegetated with trees and sort of not 99% paved, the clear cutting of the site and then the runoff that could occur prior to the storm water management plan being implemented could be a problem. But in this instance, since the site is completely cleared and paved, that won't happen here because we're not actually clearing anything. When this is done, we'll actually be adding green areas for infiltration.
That's a good point. Yeah, this is a unique opportunity. So as we work this project, we'll just continue to have decreased in runoff as opposed to, you know, if this was a wooded site, the minute you do that, you change, you have this increase in runoff and none of the drainage infrastructure is in place. And that's a real challenge. This is a unique site in the sense that, but I think, you know, we've been on record, Mark attended the meeting. The town was very upfront with us about the downstream properties and how they need to be protected, and we're fully aware of that, and we'll be engaged during construction to make sure they're handled appropriately.
Excellent. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Commissioner Marhos. You're muted.
I'm always laughing at people for being stupid like that. I'm glad Barry Goldberg brought that up about the comments because I thought maybe it was me, but I thought those initial comments were very insulting to me and the other commissioners and the town of Rocky Hill, and I wish he would address them before this hearing is over. Now to my questions. What is the actual front setback, or if in more detail, the distance from the building to the property line and to the curb? Anybody?
Hey, Tom, good answer.
Tom, you're on mute. I know you're trying to talk.
He's done it too.
Sorry, yeah, so that's bad. I was trying to share a screen at the same time, and that was not going well. I'm trying. Is somebody sharing the screen? Oh no, sorry. Let me go in. Hold on a second. Let me share a screen, and we'll bring up that plan for you. Sorry, sharing a screen and muting are not the. Okay, 1 second. Here we go. Actually, hold on a second. I can get right into the site. Right, bear with me just a second. Okay.
Want me to go to my next question while you're
please
working that out? Because we don't need a diagram of it. The garages, are they carports or full garages? Are they just covered carports?
Oh,
here we go.
Full garages.
They're full garages.
Yes.
With front doors and everything?
Yes.
Okay. is there going to be any on-site security? We're going to have a potential of maybe 500 or 600 people on this property. Not that I expect anything bad to happen, but if there are things that happen, will there be any security guards or?
I hope not, Alan. But obviously, if there's needed security, we would obviously have to do that. But it's our intent that we won't need any.
Okay, so there's nothing planned then.
No, I don't have any security actually at any of our properties. And that's 3,000 apartment units. And
Yeah.
some of them are in areas that are nowhere near as good as this.
Okay.
We have no
Well,
problem.
Yeah, we're on a main 4-lane state highway, and you're only about a mile south of an I-91 entrance and a few miles north of the Cromwell I-91 entrance. So it's possible that there could be people popping in, robbing an apartment and getting out of there really fast. It's something to keep in the back of your mind. On the compactor, how much noise is generated by that compactor? Do you have a feel for it?
Very little.
Residents
there-
won't be.
No, I believe it's electric motor. It's very quiet.
And the fact that it'll be in a sense enclosed in a housing of a structure, that also deadens the noise as well. It acts as a baffle.
Okay, because that's very close to the 3 single-family houses on Pratt Street, so it could be an issue there.
Remember, it also is, it's only put on infrequently. So people will load up. It doesn't go on, when somebody dumps the garbage, and it goes on when our maintenance staff actually puts it on. So what'll happen is people will actually the carting company will put the garbage in, and then when it gets filled up in the chute, then we put it on and then we shut it off. It goes on very infrequently.
And I would assume that that's done pretty much during business hours, because your trash removal service, your valet service is going to probably operate Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 in those ranges.
Right, so the individual residents don't put anything in the compactor
Correct.
themselves?
Correct.
Okay. On a positive note, I was in a.
Well, they definitely don't turn it on for sure.
Yeah, okay. We had a 282 unit condominium that I was president of, and we had a very small compactor, and we never had any capacity issues. So I think that was a question somebody else asked. So I could even add that myself to your presentation. Let me see. I see you've got the picture up now. Do you want to let me discuss the front setbacks?
Yeah, so let's talk about building 2. So building 2, so along Main Street, we have a curb line. And then if you can see my mouse, that's the existing curb line on the DOT road. The second line you see is your sidewalk, your start of your sidewalk. And then we have about what I estimate, if we're dimensioning here that the sidewalk is 6 feet wide here, I would have to say there's about a 3-foot grass strip. So there's about a 9-foot distance from the curb line to where the property line starts. And then at the closest point in front of building 2, it's 14 and a half feet to the front corner of the building. So you're looking at 23 feet, something like that.
Okay.
And as James saw, we just show a flat plane here. Some of these footprints are actually above grade and different, so there's a lot of articulation, but we picked to the closest corner of the foundation there. So it's about 23 feet from the curb line.
And those areas to the right, from the sidewalk going into the buildings, those are just a couple of steps.
It's just a walkway into a door.
that rectangle?
Yeah, that's just
That's
an
a stoop.
overhang. It's a stoop, I guess.
Yeah,
that's
Okay.
With a
stoop.
roof.
That with a roof. That's a covered.
Yeah.
It's a covered entry that gives them the entry directly to their unit.
And then if we look to building 6, we essentially are continuing the same distance off, but I will note that the street line, for some reason, meanders on, the right-of-way gets wider here. So while we gave a dimension in the zoning regulation, it's 10.2 feet, it's actually farther away from the curb line, but the street line comes onto our site here. So that's why, so from the curb line, it's still, probably 23, 25 feet, but we measure the setback from the street line. And that's why, so you can see how it got pinched in here, but really there's a green strip between us and the sidewalk there.
Okay. Yeah, because your zoning data table says the front yard is 10 feet for buildings 2, 6, and 11. So that is.
So 11. Well, we identified those buildings because they're less than what's required in your zoning code, but we gave you the tightest one, which is 10 feet.
Okay.
But your code says that the commission can have relief, can provide relief. And I think, and indicated, and James, correct me, we're also asking for a 1.5 foot relief on the building height, which is what, James,
Building number
right?
7.
Just
Yes,
building
correct.
7.
Just building 7, and that's to also help work with existing grade and topo, because obviously we know that the left portion of building 7 is the lowest portion of the site.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And now to the Pratt Street access road.
Yes.
There was a lot of discussion about that in the past. I would like to see that be a one-way road out as an exit, not as an entrance. And my reasoning for that is, I know there was a discussion about, well, there's not going to be a lot of traffic, but it's always been a two-way street, but in the previous occupants, the property was empty after, say, 6 o'clock at night or mid-evening if there was some people working late. We're going to have as many as 600. You've got 333 apartments. Bedrooms. So you could have as many as 550 or 600 people living in that complex, and you're going to have people coming in and out at all hours of the night. And it would be, if it's an outgoing road, just an exit only. I'll try to characterize this as nice as I can. You won't have people that have been out partying all night coming into the property through that road, just 10, 12 feet from people's bedrooms, those two houses the houses on either side. So I would like to see that be a one-way exit and not an entrance at all. That seemed to have been accepted to the other commissioners at the last time we went through this. Hopefully we can do that again. And that's about it. But I'll say something nice again. You don't get this from me very often. I think this is a lot better that you did listen to a lot of what we said in the past. I still would like to see it further from the Route 99 or the Silestein Highway, a little bit further setback, but this is more than it was in the past. So thank you. And that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to Commissioner Robbins.
Kind of the same topic. I just wanted to talk about. Well, actually, before I get started, I agree that that the plan has a number of improvements that are much more appealing, and I just want to thank you for that. But to clarify, for the last meeting, the meeting where we denied the application, in that plan, we had building 2 at 14.5 feet off the property line. And we had building 6 at 11.1 feet off the property line. And that was a major point of contention that was part of the record for the denial. And according to what we just saw, it actually looks like building 6 has been moved a foot closer, and building 2 is the same. So this, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is an unmitigated issue that led to the previous denial. And then in fact, it hasn't changed since the proposal that was denied. Am I missing? Am I getting my numbers wrong?
Well, a couple things. We presented to this, the original submittal was not, but as you recall, we went to multiple meetings and we came before this commission and offered, we didn't revise the plans, but we offered to move, at the last meeting, we offered to move it back 5 feet. So the initial application before you was not represented that way. That was a concession that we did, and then when we resubmitted, we locked it in and put it into the plan.
Okay, but what about building 6? That one looks like it's closer now than what you were proposing on the modified and the
Yeah,
last.
I can actually bring up the plan if you're interested, and I can show you that. So here's the original submittal on that, and we don't have but you can see on building 6, the 10.5 I gave you just a moment ago was measured to the street line. You can see a building 6. If the sidewalk's 6 feet, the old building was only 6 feet off the street line. See how close it was? And that's where we now have 10.5 feet by moving it back 5 feet. So this was the original submission.
All right, and then the other question is with that new office building on the other way.
This is the old plan, but okay.
No, where the corner cantilever is a little. What's that number? I couldn't. The documents I got are so small. A lot of it was hard to read. I needed a magnifying glass to see that. Actually, I never saw this number because it's that small.
This is the building number 9?
No. The new office building location.
Oh, over here. Okay, all the way here. So dimensionally, the closest corner is here. And
No, I
it's
said the one over on, right in the.
this one here. So this is set back just a little under 21 feet from the property line.
Oh, okay.
But it's, as you can see, it's cocked a little bit. So when we're on this corner, we're probably closer to 30 or 40 feet.
Yeah.
And on this corner, it's 21.9, 21 feet 9 inches, 21.9.
Yeah, it's just because of the legend on the first page. It showed them all as 10. So I was.
Yeah, well, we didn't list individually buildings. We tried to list the worst on that. But if
and this is James. Tom, can you want to stop sharing just for 1 second? What I've done is I've taken his plan here. Let me share real quick here. My little button. There we go. And what I've done is I've kind of taken the math kind of out of it to a certain extent. So this is a scale PDF. So this 21.9, that's obviously to the street. So taking it all the way to the roadway, we're at 29 feet, 3 inches. Again, this is coming from a scaled PDF. If we go over here, obviously we're 10 here because that's where that's taken. If you go into where the back of curve is, we're at 27.25. And then this is where we're at that 24 plus or minus. And that when you take into the fact that this gray line is the curve line.
All right. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brescia.
Hi, Mr. Belfonte, thank you and your team for updating the plans and coming back to the table. It seems like you did a lot of thoughtful thinking, and I truly appreciate that. We always need to keep in mind the best interests of our community, and that's what we try to do. Attorney Williams, I just want to address your opening remarks, because I did feel, and I know it's been mentioned, but I felt that you were displeased with our denial initially. And you felt that it possibly impacted small businesses, and your comment about it sends a negative message to small businesses. I think that's farthest from the truth. We try really hard. We've had a lot of experience with seeing these kinds of plans come to the table, and a lot of plans that have not been what we thought they were. So I just wanted to comment, Attorney Williams, that you had the lead in opening remarks, and you kind of, it didn't sit well with me. And I hope you please don't think that we're out to just deny applicants because we're not thoughtfully thinking. We are. A couple questions I had. With the new addition of the buildings to the southern border, is everything accessible? Is everything ADA accessible? I saw some stairs also, and I just wanted to make sure that we're able to make sure we promote accessibility for everyone.
Yes, everything we're held by, a very strict building code, and there'll be accessible access. It may be from slightly different pathways, but we do have to provide accessible access to not just the buildings, but the amenities.
Okay, so the fire pit, is it going to be accessible for wheelchairs, walkers, canes?
Yeah. So there are
Okay.
going to be two. You'll see steps, but then there's like a offshoot that you'll take a little longer route for the ADA to get that slope no more than 5%.
Perfect. Did you increase handicap parking when you added those parking spaces?
We'd have to look at the code. Typically, the ADA code has them in bunches, and they'll be like, if you're 150 to 200, you need this many spaces. If you're I'd have to go back and look. But if the code if we tipped into a different bucket, we would have to add additional handicap spaces.
And they're typically located where the handicap units are going to be on the site. So they have the most accessible route to get from their handicap parking space into the unit that is designated fully handicapped.
What unit is designated as handicapped?
Those would be scattered throughout the site. They'd be varying both at height and different views. So we wouldn't put them in one stack. We wouldn't put them in one building. They would be staggered throughout the site. Obviously, that would be something we continue to develop, but we do multiple unit types. So they have options of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom with different views at different elevations.
Okay, because I honestly couldn't find the elevators. Are there elevators in these?
The elevators are present in the 2 front buildings. They are buildings 2 and building 6. The rest of them are not elevated buildings. They are breezeway buildings. So those handicap accessible units would be on the ground floor or grade level closest to the parking lot.
Oh, okay, because I thought you had a four level building in the west.
It's a 3-4 split. It is not considered a 4-story building.
Okay.
The unit you're talking about building 7, I believe, correct? And the parking lot, if you notice, the handicap spaces are adjacent on the 3-story side.
Okay.
And so those units would be located on the ground floor, directly accessible to those parking spaces.
And there's no elevator in that building?
There's no elevator.
Okay, because I certainly wouldn't want to take a person down for an ambulance ride.
And I think we've had that
downstairs.
Conversation at the last one, is that you're only coming up 1 flight of stairs from the lower level to get to the parking lot side. The other units are only coming down 2 floors. You are not walking up 4 flights of stairs for any one level at that building.
At any building, okay, at any building.
Correct.
Okay.
The only buildings that have more than that are the 2 front buildings. And like I say, they don't even necessarily have that. We just provided it as a convenience because those are what we call a corridor loaded building. And they have an internal corridor, so it just makes it easier for people to get up and down. We have to adhere to required code for handicap accessibility based on the number. So
Correct.
we do that.
Right, good, okay. In the front, buildings 2 and 6, there's a retaining wall. How high is that retaining wall, building 6 to the south of that? Looks like a retaining wall. How high is that?
think building 6 has, or I think you might be talking about building 2, because building 2 is our 3-4 split.
Oh, okay, building 2. Is that a retaining wall that goes in the southern part all the way around?
It is.
Correct.
So as building 2 as it presents to the street is 3 stories, but to the rear is 4 stories. So the retaining wall is the grade break from the front to the back.
How high is that?
So at
Is
the sides, it varies. So it would taper down. It could potentially, it tapers down to only 2 feet tall, but it's at its highest point next to the building. It's
10
probably
feet.
close to 8 feet tall.
Okay, I'm just thinking in terms of accessibility. If
Well, that's what,
people-
yeah. So you'll get an accessible at the lower, and once again, yeah.
Well, it's an that building 2 is an elevated building.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
You'll have accessibility at every floor.
So
when you
the
park
buil-
on the lower side, you'll come in and that elevator will get you access to all upper floors. So on that particular building, as well as building 6, we will be able
Okay.
to locate handicap units on upper floors at various
upper
heights.
floors.
Yeah,
Various heights.
not
Okay.
we're not restricted to the lower level because those are elevated buildings.
Now, building 7 does not have an elevator. so
Correct.
you'll only be on the first floor.
That is
So
correct.
accessibility will be on the first floor, but all in all, 40% of the apartment homes will be accessible, in addition to how many we're fitted. I mean, I'm just guessing. Well, I mean, but that's the way it kind of lays
Right.
out. I mean, building 2, 6, and the rest of the maybe more.
Okay, good. So in front of buildings 2 and 6, are you planning to put stuff out like in that grassy area, like tables or some benches perhaps?
Not this time. The expectation is that that area will be landscaped, and then the table and the benches are down in the pocket park.
In the pocket park?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that's our parade route, so people stand
Well,
along
there'll
there
be
to
a lot of
watch.
foldable chairs out there. That's for sure on that day.
Okay.
That'll probably be the best seat. The only better seat would probably be up in the upper store.
Yeah.
So there is that green space. People will be able to put chairs out on parade, but in terms
Perfect.
of hardscape, we're really putting those to the corners of
To the 2 corners.
to the corner. And obviously there'll be a huge amount of those type of spaces, a lot of seat walls in front of buildings 9 and
Correct.
11, because that's
Correct.
that whole. So every wall we're doing there really almost functions as a seat wall also. So most of them are about 3 feet tall, and they'll be seated, that kind of informal seating that you're going to see out there.
Okay, good. The bus stop that's across the way, were there any updates to that? Because I know that was a difficult to try to figure out how to move that bus stop or change that so that it's
No,
more
I-
accessible.
to be honest, we don't. Our focus was actually coming back to this commission with that corner. We're still 100% committed to engage the transit district, the town of Rocky Hill, and the DOT in terms of that conversation. We haven't changed
Good.
on that path, but also my experience with the DOT is they want to talk to you once you get your local approvals. They don't want to spend too much time spinning their wheels on that. So, but I assure you, I think we made a commitment to, if we are successful with this commission, that will be almost, day one, we're going to start engaging that group because we know it could have a long period of time to get those answers.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I like to, I'll start with saying I agree with, commissioners that this, this proposal does provide a lot of improvements. It addresses a lot of concerns from the citizens as well as the commission members. So I think that goes to show what Mr. Bofanti has done and his commitment. And I think the addition to the project, buying that particular, the corner building and property that adds, a lot of open area to the project as well. I just had a question about Commissioner Brescia was talking about the retaining wall. I don't know if, unless I missed it, will that wall be a stone wall, a brick wall, or what's going to be the facade of, because if it's like 8 feet high, probably you will see that wall, right? When you are.
No, it's actually, it's below, it's in the back. So when you're on the street face, you won't see the wall. You'll just have an ornamental fence on the top. So you won't even see the wall. You'll only see it from inside the property adjacent to the building. And we're screening that, but it'll be it either going to be a concrete wall, but it'll probably be, one of these modular block walls.
It more likely would be a engineered Versalock block.
Yeah, so it'll be like a residential looking stone. It's a concrete product, but it will look, it'll look like a thing. But
I think
yeah,
you will see that when
from inside the property only.
from
not from the
inside when
street.
people are walking, right, on the sidewalk.
No, you will not, because
You're
it's
not, okay.
you're up high and the walls, it's down below.
The three-story building is on the streetscape. The 4-story building is on the back. So the wall is detaining the transition from the 3-story to the 4-story on the back.
This is the side you're going to see from the street, what you're seeing on your screen.
You won't see it. See,
Your
there it is.
4-story side is internal to the site.
Yeah, so it drops in the back. So at your streetscape experience, the only thing you're going to see is
a fence.
a little 6-foot high, 6-inch high stone, and actually it drops down below you. So the public will not even see the wall.
And then you'll see a decorative fence to protect people from, some tumbling
Falling
down.
off. Okay.
Yeah.
That wall.
Thing on the plan, label LA, I see that there is one comment about install 5-feet concrete sidewalk upon town obtaining grading easement. And that is the sidewalk right next to the gazebo and all that. So I think that might be just a leftover from the
Correct.
last.
And yes, it's left over because we now control that. That's a great
Okay.
catch. That's a great catch.
So
The note
just
still
wanna-
applies to the two individual homes, but
Yes.
you're right.
Yeah.
That we don't need grading rights because we now control that corner.
Okay.
Yes, good catch.
I think other than that, I don't have any other questions. I think a lot of questions were covered. I'll go with the second round. Any commissioner would like to address or have any questions for clarification?
If I may,
Yes.
Dimple,
Yeah.
a few things. I do have some correspondence I need to note for the record, so make sure that gets into the rebuttal. I
Yes.
also see on my computer screen, I see that John Chudzik, who was not connected before, does appear to be here. I don't know if you see him on the screen.
Yes.
So,
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good point. John, if you can hear us, we had identified you as one of the speakers. However, I believe you were not connected, but now you are. So do you want to address to the commission? Do you have any comments? This is John Chudzik.
Yes, thank you. I was at work. I just got home. Sorry, I missed that. And my only
That's fine.
comment was, everything I see looks good. It's just that building 8 in the back near my property. We were talking about if we could shift that over and put the meditation garden next to me. I was wondering if that got any farther. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did take a look at that, but a couple things going on. The topography drops off significantly over in that corner. It's also a regulated upland review area for an off-site wetland. So we didn't believe that the building could be shifted and the meditation garden could be on your side. But to address your concern, we did move the building over additional 5 feet and built up the landscape buffer along your property line by adding more evergreen trees.
James, can we easily access the side elevation of that building? Because it actually looks like a house, to sort of show him what he's actually.
Let me see if I can do that while we you guys go ahead and have whatever conversation. Let me see if I can pull that up.
I think we just want to make sure nobody else joined. Nope. So Kim, do you want to, while
I'm going to go through the,
Yeah.
I do have an email, and I did send it to Attorney Williams. I also did send it to Planning and Zoning Commission, but I do need to note it for the record. It is received from Melissa Kaplan, that's Kaplan. She is a senior ecologist, licensing and permitting specialist with the BSC group in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I wanted to provide public comment on the Ames Park development plan development as a Rocky Hill resident, ecological scientist, and a new member of the DTC. I did not see any stormwater management proposed on the plans in the file. I know there is an existing impervious on site, but with additional impervious surfaces being added and the age of the site, a study is needed to ensure the development is meeting Connecticut stormwater guidelines. What is the plan for stormwater management on site? Has it been confirmed that the proposed development will not result in an increase in site runoff or flows to adjacent areas? I did not see a stormwater report with calculations and a study to show this, nor did I see any features on the site plans. It should be provided and confirmed that the development meets the Connecticut stormwater guidelines. As we move into a time where climate is changing, we should be pushing for more green space and resiliency. The 2 small green areas is not enough. Will there be storm floodwaters? Where will storm floodwaters go after a 100-year or 500-year storm hits? We are getting those types of storms more and more. I'd like to see more low impact development in green space, a rain garden, something more on site. I also agree with many of the town members that this development does not bring what is needed to this area of town. We do not need more apartments, which will not bring the needed taxable income to town. The one mixed-use building is just checking a box. We need something that will give us pride in our town and possibly bring others tourists from adjacent town. More apartments will just put more burden on the fire, schools, and traffic. We need more local shops and cafes. As a mother of young kids, a place to bring kids would be nice too. Could they do more businesses on the bottom and apartments above? Just for the commission's information, I did reach out to her this morning, and did tell her that we do have a stormwater report and drainage calculations in the file, and I did invite her into the office to see that. So she was fine with that. We also, we do have a report, a 3-page report sent from Ray Carpentino. It was sent today. So I apologize. I got it over to both planning and zoning and the applicant this afternoon. It was on basically school age children or public school age children, referencing the various apartment complexes in town, the impact.
And this is James. I can go ahead and pull up that elevation real quick if this is a good time.
That's for John.
Yes, that is correct. So John, this is if you're looking at screen, hopefully you are, this is that side elevation of building 8, 2-story building with the sloped roof. So that's the side that would be basically abutting up to your property on the backside.
And then in addition, we have the evergreen screening there.
Correct.
So there won't be any,
that's,
so there won't be any balconies towards my house?
Correct. That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, John?
No, I'm pretty good. I support the Pratt Street entrance going one way. That would be a very good move. I live on a street. I see the traffic and the people going down it, and I think that would be a good move. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. John.
Kim, do we have, I think we are all done with the correspondence that you received.
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
Hi, I'm sorry, excuse me. Kim, can you continue your report from Mr. With the school children report? You didn't finish that.
Well, all I did was note it. I can, there's a lot of numbers here. I do have it. I don't know if it got posted to the website. As I said, we received it this afternoon. I don't know what the chairman would like me to do. I can certainly begin.
Mr. Giuseppe, it is posted. I could actually share my screen if you wanted to put it up with the charts.
Okay. Do you have?
I can try.
Do you want me to read? I will read page 1.
If you could share your screen, that would be wonderful. If we could see the numbers.
I'm trying to see if I can get it.
Thank you.
I can do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes.
You want to go to the second page if possible? And I can certainly. If you'd like, I can read the first page, which kind of refers to the other 2 pages. Sent from Ray Carpentino, prepared correspondence in anticipation of questions pertaining. Oh, you're going to put it up. I won't have to read it, but if the charts are up, they could just see the numbers.
Okay. This is table 1.
Question has persisted over the years whether apartments develop is discussed. Nationwide, region-wide studies have been produced. While those studies are valuable, I've chosen to perform own study concerning Rocky Hill specific data to analyze the potential number of public school age children likely to reside in the proposed AIM redevelopment proposal. As you can see from the attached tables, data from 11 apartment complexes were collected. Concierge, which is the former Century Hills, and Glenbrook were treated as one complex. So that's seen. Data analyzed in each complex consists of a number of units in each complex, the number of public school age children, PSAC, attending Rocky Hill schools living in each complex, and it's based upon May 2021 Board of Education data. So this is actual numbers derived from the BOE. The year the complex was constructed, the number of bedrooms in each unit, and the base rent for each of the units. A ratio of public school age children to the number of apartments was then developed based upon the number of school age children living in each apartment complex and the number of apartments in each complex, apartment complex. Further analysis was then made utilizing base rents. So table 1 is showing the number of apartments in each complex, listed on the left of the table, and the number of public school age children living in each complex. Total of 1973 apartment units, number of public school age children, 567, 59% of which live in what we know as the former Century Hills, now Concierge and Glenbrook. Total of May 2021 school enrollment was, the total enrollment was 2,596. The number of the public school age children living in apartment complexes accounts for less than 22% of the total enrollment. Cumulative ratio of public school age children to the number of apartments is 0.205 or 20.5 per 100 apartment units. However, the ratio for the two newest developments, which are Altera, which is located at the western end of Brook Street, and Montage, which is located in approximately just west of the I-23 interchange, 91 exit 23 interchange. The ratio is 0.049 or 4.9 school age children per 100 units. It's also noted that they are most closely related to Ames redevelopment as far as age goes, brand new, as far as having more amenities versus the older complexes in town, and their base rental rates are in fact higher as well. Table 2 and 3, 2, 3, and 4 shows that 85% of the apartment units were constructed prior to 1980. Of those apartments, 1685 were constructed prior to 1980. 56% of those were located in, once again, what was formerly known as Century Hills, Concierge, and Glenbrook. Further analysis, the majority of school age children live in the complexes constructed prior to 1980. Older complexes have base rates that are generally lower. For example, $725 to $1,690 for 1 and 2 bedroom units. Concierge, Glenbrook, and Sprucewood Complex advertises their base rates up to $1,850 and $1,425 respectively. The new apartments that we mentioned previously, Altera and Montage, have base rents ranging from $1,780 to $2,300 for 1 and 2 bedroom units, and they have lesser numbers of school age children being produced out of those units. He went back to 2011 in table 5, showing that public school age children living in apartment complexes account for less than 25% of total school enrollments, generating on the average about 20 children of school age per apartment units. Based on Rocky Hill specific data, it is safe to predict that the proposed Ames redevelopment proposal will generate an average of less than 15 public school age students. This prediction is based on past and present occupancy patterns of the 11 apartment complexes cited within the document, age of the complexes, amenities offered, and asking base rents. I do want to add, if I may, and this doesn't deal with school age children, but this deals with issues of multifamily housing in general. People should be aware that many communities have through the years talked about setting a cap on the number of multifamily housing or multifamily units in town. There is now legislation which basically states it is illegal. You cannot do that. Also have had through the years the Fair Housing Act, which basically states we must provide housing opportunities for all. That means homeownership units, condominiums, single family homes, apartments, rental units, affordable housing. So there are federal laws we must follow as well. So I put that out there because we now have this new legislation about we cannot put a cap on the number of multifamily units within our communities here in Connecticut. So that's said.
Thank you. Do you want to remove that, Attorney Williams? Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria, that addresses your concern?
It does. It does. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or anything from the developer to address any concerns we may have missed from the commissions or members?
I believe we answered everything that, as it came up, Mr. Chairman. If there is anything left, please tell us. We'll be happy to answer it. Otherwise, I think we have given you a complete presentation, answered all the questions asked. We appreciate all the positive comments tonight, noting the improvements made to the proposal. We think it complies with all of your requirements and is even improved over the prior application. So again, thank you, and we request your approval.
So I have Commissioner Zarelli.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up. Several questions were asked about the status of that Pratt Street entrance, whether it's one way, whether it's two way, whether it's being widened, whether the vegetation, I know the vegetation was dealt with, but can you just take us through what's going on that Pratt Street road? Obviously we can get a fire truck through it because that's part of your presentation. But there was several other questions. I was just wondering if you could address those before you surmise.
Mark, why don't you do that?
Oh, you're good.
Mark, can you address this question?
The way the plan currently is situated, they're two-way in and out on Pratt Street.
Was that what you wanted to know, Commissioner?
I just, if that's how you want to address it, then yeah, it's fine. I was just wondering if people were asking about it being one way, and I was just wondering if you could we can get your comment on that. It didn't seem like it affected traffic counts or anything like that, but I just wanted to get your take on someone from the public and someone from the commission asked the question. So that's all.
Let me just say, it would be our preference to keep it unrestricted because it's only, the second of two driveways in and out of the site. And so we would like to be able to have that convenience to our residents. We don't think it creates any traffic problems. We don't think we're going to have a high incidence of people partying all night or whatever the comment was and coming in all hours of the night. I don't think that's the experience of the type of residents that have lived in Mr. Belfonte's developments and that we expect to try to attract to this one. So that would be our preference.
If I may, if it becomes a problem, of course we'll change it. I mean, if it's a problem to the community or a problem to traffic, or if it's dangerous or hazardous, we'll make an adjustment. I would rather really look at it first before we determine, in a vacuum, that it's going to be a problem. And to Attorney Williams' point, there's only one ingress and egress now because we closed down the other one. So it would be my preference, to wait and see on that and note that we're going to keep an eye on it. I think that's the best way. I think that's the best solution. If you guys want to close it down or make it one way, and that's conditioned, on the vote, then I guess the answer is yes. But I think we should wait and see if it really affects anybody. And maybe we are better off with two ways, or maybe we're better off with one. So let's see how it shakes out. I think we should keep an eye on it after the complex is built.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Dimple?
Yes.
Question. So in regard to that entrance on Pratt Street, is there a possibility of a one-way after, say, 6 o'clock or something like that? A compromise, perhaps?
I think that's a good idea, but I think people are going to be hard pressed to look at their watches and decide which way they're going. I think it makes it complicated.
What we could do, something we can do, just piggybacking off what everybody said, we could accept a condition that would say in a year, we can come back and reevaluate it to see if there is an issue. And if there is an issue, we would make it one way.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's review it. I don't care one way or the other, Nancy, to be quite honest. I'm not fighting for it. I'm just saying if it helps the community, we should make it one way. If it restricts the community, we shouldn't. And if it poses a hazard, okay, to bicyclists or pedestrians, we should do it. So let's review it in a year after it's built and decide what we should do. What's the best choice?
Accept
We've
the
done that on-
condition saying that.
Yeah.
We've done this on other applications where a year after occupancy, we go back and actually do traffic counts on it. And we have to actually, we just did this in North Haven for a school, and we had to give a report back to the town about what our findings were.
And
You also might have.
If our belief is correct and that only several cars use it for the back buildings, then we can leave it. If not, and your assumption is correct that people are using it more, then we can implement that one way.
You also might have a construction in the main entrance for whatever reason. And, you know, you need to do it out of necessity. So I would propose that we review it in a year after the complex is CO'd, fully CO'd. Would be my solution.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
a couple of points on that. Many times when we say and I'm not saying anything about Mr. Belfonte or anyone else, when we say we'll review it in a year comes by and everybody's totally forgotten that we decided to do that. The other thing is,
Alan, you won't forget.
I may not. Well, never mind. No, I won't. If you know me, huh? The other thing is, as was pointed out to the traffic engineer, I forget what her title was. She said there would only be 6 cars coming into the property at night, or in total. I forget the actual number. But if that's the case, then why bother anyway? Because if there's only 6 cars being affected, then they can go in the front entrance. And as far as there being construction or whatever, I seriously doubt that the DOT or the town would close down the single entrance to a complex that has 500 people living in it because of construction. Anyhow, I think we probably could discuss that later when we get to it. And thanks for the compliment, Mr. Belfonte.
all right. I think if there are no further questions, comments, I think we heard their reasons why they would like to have, they would like to have that street as 2-way. So can I have a motion, please?
Well, just before the motion, just to confirm with Attorney Williams, are you all set?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 2. I think we are following the closure. Okay. Moving on to item 3, public comments. This is a section where anyone in the public like to address the commission for any items that are not on the agenda. And seeing none, hearing none, we would like to move to item 4, the consent agenda. Can I have a motion for?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
I
opposed?
abstain. I was not at the last meeting.
All right. So 1 abstention, 48. Thank you. Moving on to item 5B.
Item 5B, site plan special permit application, Belfonte Companies LLC, in care of Joseph Williams Esquire, Shipman and Goodwin LLP, proposing a mixed-use development of 213 apartments, 93 one-bedroom and 122 bedroom, with 10% designated as affordable, 11,067 square feet of office space, and 9,959 square feet of retail, with associated site improvements on approximately 12.65 acres for property located at 2418 Main Street and 1 Dividend Road in the Town Center zoning district, ID 10-184 and 10-183 respectively.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve before said agenda item B, with the following conditions: that before the final certificate of occupancy is granted and bond be released, a lighting measurement be made along the property line to prove that no light is leaving the property or splashing onto adjacent properties. To grant a, number 2, to grant a waiver for building height only on building number 7, not to exceed 47 feet. Number 3, to grant a waiver for setbacks along Main Street per section 8B as in boy 2 of the regulations and page 49 of the plan of conservation and development. Number 4, all truck traffic during construction as well as after the certificate of occupancy be through the main entrance along Main Street. Number 5, that all staff comments be addressed, including those dated February 16th, 2022 and all others. And to consider, hold on. Oh, also, number 1, to consider that the applicant deeds the northern pocket park on Main Street to the town of Rocky Hill for public use as stated in the public hearing process and in documentation. And finally, that the applicant considers naming the development something with historical significance to the town of Rocky Hill.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments?
I would like to offer a, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You make your comments
I
first.
just wanted to follow up on my motion. I think it's a great project. I think it does everything we want it to do for that area of town. If we include the comments from the last meeting, like we just spoke about, I went through a whole dissertation of the history of the site and why we should consider this project. So I am all for it.
For the seconder?
I have to agree with Victor on that, and I think the developer did a nice job with it, adding that parcel of 1 Dividend Road. It actually improved it tremendously, in my opinion.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would like to offer that the amendment that I offered at the last hearing or the last meeting, that the Pratt Street access road be converted to a one-way out. For the reasons I mentioned, is that if it's one way out, we won't have people coming into the property at all hours of the night. It's not going to, well, anyway, will the maker of the motion accept the amendment?
I think the only way I'll accept it is the way the applicant stated in it, that I would like it addressed after certificate of occupancy and actually have data that backs up the statement of the recklessness that would happen at that site, at that entrance. If there's data that backs it, then I'm in full support. So I think that's what the condition I would want concerning that drive. It's always been a two-way, and I'd just be concerned changing it.
And
it's only been a two-way when the property was occupied only 8, 10, or 12 hours a day, not after a certain period in the evening and throughout the night. And my other comment would be, I understand they could document it, but how would we actually document this? Would it be on police reports? Would someone be put at the road sitting for 3 months looking at how many people go in and out, or it's a tough thing to document.
Well, let's
So-
look at other applications. How do we monitor when we say no deliveries after certain times? How do we monitor trailers on sites? How do we monitor dumpsters? That we have to rely on the expertise of the town to go and monitor it. I mean, and I know it's the expertise of the town.
But it's totally different thing though. Trucks and what the things that you mentioned are not unfettered access in and out 24 hours a day by hundreds of people.
Right,
I mean,
but the only example you're giving is recklessness at late at night. So everybody on Pratt Street can be reckless, but as soon as they go into the development, they can't be reckless. That's the part I'm not getting.
There's only a half a dozen houses on Pratt Street. We're talking about 333 apartments, which means it's going to be at least 333 cars if everyone has a car. And so it's a serious issue. And I think we should actually try to control it in advance, not leave it up to look at it a year from now, because a year from now, there's a good chance people wouldn't even care about it.
I think it's the serious issue that you're talking about is ifs and buts. I mean, I don't think, again, if you are saying that there's 6 residents there, on Pratt Street, and we are saying, well, by giving this access, we are assuming that, all these things will happen. You have the traffic study that proves, what the traffic would be. That's what you use as the basis. And again, this is a huge site, planning wise and engineering wise. Having just one access is not good for this big site. I mean, imagine something happens to the main road.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, should we just rely on our police and fire to base it? And they made no comment of that.
Yeah.
They didn't make any recommendation. So my concern would be is, we're doing it on speculation rather than data and the experts who actually reviewed the process.
I agree. I think that's why we go through public and fire and, all those professionals. And,
I don't believe there's really accurate data. A traffic study would not be able to determine something that never existed before from, say, 8 p.m. till 8 a.m. the next morning. It's just a very difficult thing for a traffic study to address. But anyway, I'm not going to hold it up for that. But I certainly wish that, could you put in the condition that this be specifically addressed a year from now, as far as statistics, data, and police reports, fire reports, or whatever?
Alan,
I would agree with that, Alan. I would agree if we have data backing it up. I would agree to that a condition. So if you want to word it,
Victor,
and that way Giuseppe and I can accept it, then I would be okay with that, Alan.
I think
then let me reword it then.
Giuseppe has Glico.
even if it was one way and somebody decided to go in the wrong way, I don't believe the police can even ticket it because it's private property. So how could it even be policed? Like, I don't think we're gonna see a police report because I don't believe they can ticket cars that are on private property. It's not like a shopping center.
Okay, let me reword it, please. I would offer an amendment to specifically review this. In fact, I'd like to see it 6 months after the property the development is completed. Review it 6 months afterwards to see what kind of issues the neighbors and the police and the fire people have with people going in at all after a certain period of time at night. Again, it's something we know nothing about because it's never been that way before. So we're talking about something that's never existed before. So I'd really like to see it addressed specifically in writing so that we don't dismiss it 6 months from now, or 6 months after the property is completed.
And again, I think I just want to clarify, the concern here is noise and disturbance and things like that after hours. So if somebody is just going in and out at night, okay, and there is no disturbance, I mean, you will hear a car going by. I mean, is that enough to shut it down? I think we have to be very careful about when we say, somebody going at night.
Can I just say something?
I think the data. I think the
No,
data.
I think Mr. Bolfanti, this is just among the commissioners. Mr. Bolfanti, this is just commissioners.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think data will support the pros that we're talking about and the cons we're talking about. And I think that we use the data and our experts rather than speculate. We get the data. If it has to be 6 months, if it's a year, whatever, and we go forward from there. And then I'm okay using data. So if the seconder accepts it, I accept Alan's corrected condition.
Victor, shouldn't it state after the CO?
It's after a certificate of occupancy and the final bonding. So once the site is complete. And I think Alan said that, right, Alan?
Yeah, 6 months after that period.
Yeah, so once the final bond is released and everything else and the site's up and running, we use data and the experts that review this to say yay or nay, what's going on with that curb cut on Pratt Street. Correct, Alan?
Yep, that's it.
So I guess I would question 6 months after they get a CO, but is that?
No, final bonding.
Final, okay, so then what would be the occupancy rate? You think they'd be?
Well, we don't care because we don't have control over occupancy. They could have one occupant, but the site is complete. We have to go by the completion of the site. We can't go by occupancy because we don't control that.
Right, so that's why I'm just saying, I don't know if 6 months is enough time. I think a year would probably be sufficient.
Okay, let's make it a year then.
Okay, I agree with a year.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Glico, you have to also accept his condition.
I accept.
All right, so any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm down to a singular focus now, but when we denied the previous proposal, one of the reasons that we put in the record was that encroachment, which is part of your motion, Victor. Is that an encroachment into the yard setback? So, last time at the meeting, you asked me what specifically the reasons were for that and so on. So I wrote it down this time. So anyways, here's what we're facing. So buildings 2 and 6 were in the 35-yard minimum front yard setback in the previous proposal. And now we have building 11, although building 11 is 21 feet off at one small point. So building 11, I'm honest with you, is not as really a big concern of mine, but building 2 and 6 are. And the issue I'm seeing there is that in addition to that, and in support of what I'm saying, I mean, even today, did you guys see the town engineer's report today? So we got the town engineer's report today, and they listed the same information that those in their comments on the proposals that buildings 2, 6, and 11 are non-conforming as proposed. So you have that in your motion. So the issue we're facing with is that if you look at section 1D3 minimum requirements for setbacks, when we're making decisions about approving something like this, the application of the setback requirements under normal circumstances should always be held to the minimum requirements for the promotion of public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and the general welfare. So this is part of our regs. In addition to that, it says basic conforming requirements established under section 1E of the zoning regs is that no yard setback or other minimum requirements should be reduced except in conformity with these regulations. All right, so what do we say now? We know that in section 4D of the regs, for setbacks associated with the town center district, that the commission may, and I'm emphasizing the word may, modify front and side yard setbacks when required by the applicant under a permit application for mixed use development. So how do we define mixed use in our regulations? So what we say mixed use development in our regulations, it reads as follows. It's section 4E1 of our zoning regs. Mixed uses. Mixed uses are mixed use buildings consisting of retail, restaurant, and similar active uses at street level with residential units on the upper floors are strongly recommended in order to create a walkable, pedestrian-friendly area with an activity level and intensity that reflects a vibrant town center type area. In this proposal, where they're looking for relief are for the two buildings that are a single use. They're not mixed use buildings. And the whole purpose of creating that pedestrian friendly environment, we heard it was saying, well, it creates a pedestrian friendly environment for the residents because they can walk out to the sidewalk. But it's a two-way street. The whole purpose of having that requirement was based on the concept of having vertical mixed use buildings, and you wanted to link the public and bring it up closer to the property line along the street to create that environment to bring the public in. So again, it applies. It's both parts of the coin, and this proposal doesn't deal with that there. So we would have liked to seen retail on the first floor of those two floors, and I'm pretty sure that's not gonna be a discussion that would go anywhere, and we've already had that discussion. But to say now that we're going to bring these 3-story buildings still so close to the street and have them towering over Main Street in the center of town with a commercial looking facade is an anomaly. It doesn't align with anything else that's going on in the entire, even beyond the town center district. It's all so that this requesting that we push the buildings that far up is problematic. And the justification for doing it, I don't believe that the justification for doing it has been made, because it doesn't align with the parts of the zoning regulation that I'm bringing your attention. And then just to add to that, under section 4E1C for pedestrian orientation in the town center district, any project shall be designed to facilitate and encourage internal and external pedestrian access to create a continuous street facade. Again, going back and forth with pedestrians to the street to the extent practical, and gaps between the buildings should be minimized. And then it goes on to note that sidewalks of ample width should be provided to encourage pedestrians, window shopping, outdoor dining with street trees and furniture. Now they do that with the mixed use building, and ironically, that's the one that's got a 35-foot setback. But the two buildings that don't accomplish any of that, we're still talking about pushing them up at the same distance for the proposal that was previously denied. So, and again, it's a singular focus, and my focus is that, and again, I'm not so worried about building 11, but buildings 2 and 6, in my mind, you're gonna prove this. It's gonna be what we see for the next 50 to 100 years. And we're gonna have 2 huge buildings sticking out like an anomaly when that doesn't exist anywhere else. And so we need to give more respect to the setback, the importance and the value of it. And my opinion is that we need to push them back.
So when you say it's not anywhere else, are you talking about the character of the area?
Don't,
What do you mean?
try that one.
No, but what do you mean, Alan? Please.
All right,
I'm
let's
just
go
trying
to section.
clarify.
Section 8C 5.15 of our regulations, the proposed buildings should be harmoniously related to their surroundings, the terrain in the districts, to the use, scale, and architecture of existing buildings. That's our regulations.
That is contrary to the current state statute, which override the local zoning, which we have to amend. By the way, we are late in amending and making sure that our zoning regs comply with the state statutes. And I will refer to the staff and have her comment on this particular issue.
So are we saying that we can't implement our own regulations, so therefore we should wait until make a decision until we update our regulations so that they conform to the state?
We cannot have regulations that are in conflict with the state.
Dimple, what's the specific regulation, the quote, and the context of how that's worded?
Right.
So that that's actually something that we can digest at this point, because the whole thing is written in context to a very specific scenario. And I didn't use the word character. I just read back to you our regulations. So
Kim,
if
can
I'm
you please
use our
address
regulations to make a decision, then what am I doing?
I know, Ron, you mentioned a mixed use development. The site is a mixed use development. And yes, the commission, when they created the town center zone, created the ability, and the word, you're correct, is may. The commission may waive that setback. And they're talking about the development. So that is entirely up to the commission whether or not they waive that requirement. The intent of the mixed-use district obviously was to bring the town center. The idea was to allow the commission to have the buildings closer to the street, to create that downtown feel, to have the buildings be on the sidewalk. But it is up to the commission whether or not they waive that setback. And it could be a zero lot line, as was originally discussed when we were talking about the town center zone. That did come up as far as zero lot lines. So it could be a zero lot line. It could be up to the minimum setback, whatever it was, 35 feet, whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, I was at all those meetings and I contributed to the updating of those regulations. And I remember very clearly why we did what we did. You know, part of it had to do with the fact that part of the town center district includes Glastonbury Avenue, and all those houses are already up against the street. So if we're going to put vertical mixed use into those buildings, we already have a non-conforming use. So it wasn't intended necessarily to do the same thing where existing buildings didn't exist. But if we did, the concept was supposed to align with what we were promoting or trying to accomplish for the town center district with a mixed use building in that portion of the mixed use development. And that's what I'm saying is these two buildings are not mixed use buildings in that portion of the development, but they want the variance to come up that close to these. And I don't know what our justification is. What's the justification to do that? Why not stick to the minimum setbacks and be done with it? I mean, it's not the it's not a make or break scenario.
There is no. Okay, so Ron, do you want to propose amendment?
Yeah, I just propose the amendment that for buildings 2 and 6, that we just establish the setbacks. I'm saying we just apply the minimum setback. That's all.
All right. Mr. Commissioner Zarelli?
I stand by my motion in support. My third condition, citing section 8B2 and page 49 of the Plan of Conservation Development. So I do not accept that amendment.
Seconder?
I feel the same as Victor.
Thank you. Any further comments? If not, we will we'll vote on the motion and as it has been amended by Commissioner Morales. All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No. I'm opposed.
What is that?
Could we do a roll call vote only because I heard, I heard Alan, I didn't see.
Commissioner Zarrilli approves.
Commissioner Desai approved.
Commissioner Glico approved.
Mr. Robbins denies.
Commissioner Morhurst votes nay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Congratulations. It has been approved.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item 6. Any other business?
Mr. Chairman, as I discussed with you earlier today, I've had a rough day. Could I just bail for the rest of this meeting unless it's going to go just like 5 minutes?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I know.
Thanks. It's been.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
The better, Alan.
Item
I
six.
don't,
Mr. Chairman, who will sit in Alan's place if there's any voting that needs to take place?
I think
there
that would
does,
be Commissioner Thoman.
but Thank you.
Present.
Right. So Commissioner Thoman, you'll be seated if for the motions.
Understood. Thank you.
concerning bylaws, I noticed that the bylaws are not in the packet and they're not in my packet. So I don't know if
we can now move.
If other people put bylaws, got bylaws in their packet. I did not get bylaws in mine.
I didn't get either. Yeah, I didn't have.
So I'm going to send those out. I'm going to send those out via email to people.
So we can discuss next meeting. Item 6B, zoning enforcement update.
Well, as the weather, we've had a few days of warm weather, so people obviously have gotten out and started walking around town. We've had several complaints, once again, commercial vehicles, landscaping businesses, and we're finding a lot of people bring their company vehicles home, but I'm not talking about a small pickup truck with maybe a sign on it, which can be considered a commercial vehicle. But I'm calling commercial tow trucks that tow buses, trucks. I mean, so we're seeing some interesting things in people's yards. Some people have actually taken it upon themselves, as I said last time, to move them into the streets, and that's nothing we can enforce. Unless it becomes a sightline problem, then we do get the police involved. So we're seeing that. We're seeing an uptick in blight violations also. So,
Kim, just to follow up on, I was reading the minutes, the meeting I didn't attend on your last zoning enforcement update, and you guys talked about, parking in the street like you were just talking about. What is the process to look at this ordinance? Is it this commission, or is it the town council, or is it the police department have to start the process? Because like you said, crazy things with tow trucks and everything else. A lot of landscaping businesses are popping up and leaving their plow trucks on the road. These same businesses are also having storage trailers in their backyard. So I'm just wondering if it's worth a drive around town, or if you guys need pictures, or tell the public, if you guys see, you know, people are running their landscaping businesses out of their homes now, and 3, 4, 5, 6 trucks parked on the road, parked in the driveway, parked on the street, driving all over the lawns. Trailers and not trailers, storage containers now in yards,
Correct.
which we don't want in this town. This commission has sat endlessly trying to get storage trailers. So I don't know if it's worth getting on the record again, as we talk about zoning enforcement, to maybe take a ride around and look at those type of things. I don't know. I don't know what
We
everybody
have a
else feels,
few
but-
that actually came to light recently, where instead of storing their equipment and vehicles on property, they're storing it in the cul-de-sac. Some of the cul-de-sacs, obviously, if it's not a main road or cut through to get from point A to point B, these might not be streets we go on. So we have a complaint where they're storing their equipment, the plow blades, without a truck in the cul-de-sac itself. And that's a problem. So we're starting to see more and more of that. So, but I think that's a good idea. Concerning parking commercial vehicles on public roads, you can put a commercial vehicle on a public road. They can be parked there the way rules are now. If it's associated with a business nearby, there's nothing we can do about it right now.
Okay. How does if anyone in the public has a complaint, like if they see school buses having to wait behind commercial vehicles parked on the side of the road because they run their landscaping businesses out of their houses, or stuff like that. I mean, people walk up to me all the time and I say, you have to call the town. I can't really do anything about it. But those are the complaints, to be honest with you, that I hear.
There are a few ways to do it. There is a section on our town website that you can go to. And I wish I knew how to get there right now, but I can put something up on that. And there's also a new Rocky Hill app. I don't know if people know about that. But Rocky Hill has developed their own app. And it's on my phone, as a matter of fact. Go Rocky Hill, and you can get it in the Play Store, whatever. And you have a citizens request tracker. You have access to the town websites, the various departments, library, jobs, what have you. So emails go to, I believe, certain departments, certain keywords trigger certain departments. And then it at least goes into that departmental staff, and then department by department, they can usually farm them out to the correct people. So I would go to Go Rocky Hill on the app, and you will see an R and an H together. If people have any questions, they can give me a call at the town hall, 860-258-2761, and I can certainly get that out to people. And they can also go on the town website. There's a section where you get certain locations or certain complaints. Specifically, it's usually a planning and zoning issue or a public works highway department issue for the most part. But if we get a complaint in, we can certainly forward it on to whomever.
That's good information. Thank you, Kim.
So, and we're finding, actually, that app's pretty good. If you need to look up something real quick, it's actually easier sometimes than I think our website is. So we do have a minor modification. I do have the plans here for a secretary or chairman's signature. Since you both are at the meeting now, I can say that we do have a plan, and it's for electrical charging stations. We're seeing a lot of requests for those now. Those don't really make much of an impact as far as the site plan goes. The very minor accessory structures, but those, we have some that have no signage. And then we have a proposal that came in that actually has like a video screen on it. But because it has that video screen that actually shows like a little mini movie, that doesn't meet our regulations, so they would need a zoning variance for that. But the application that we have in for a minor change, of which it does meet the criteria, we have a Mylar that does need to be signed.
So talking about this as a minor change, I think maybe we should look at our zoning regs for EV charging stations. I mean, it's becoming popular now in parking garages and like public parking garages. Like we are making adding a lot of EV chargers. So I don't know.
Why would that be zoning? Why would that be zoning other than the signage? Why would EV chargers be?
No, I'm saying when as part of the parking requirements, like, you have to have like 5 parking space or this or that. You have to have 1 ADA, for this many. I think we can say, putting up EV, parking spots for residents or for patrons or whatever. I mean, something to think about. I don't know if that has been going on with other towns.
We haven't had too many requests. I know that when a business is asked about that, then they tend to come to us.
Yep.
And this is only the second. We've only had 2 requests.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a zoning and electrical permit? Wouldn't it just be an electrical permit? Why would it be a
Well,
zoning?
it would be good. We consider it a minor modification. There's being some sort of modification to the site plan by an accessory structure. We want to make sure, it would have to meet setback requirements, but it is an accessory structure. It is not a major improvement to the site.
So it's like a shed? So it's like a shed? Is it considered like a shed then? Like, is that the same?
Well, shed is a zoning permit, but keep in mind.
So what would be the equivalent of an EV charger? I'm just, we add all.
Oh, so it's a minor change. We just consider it a minor change to the site plan itself.
All right, I was just curious.
If for example, we have a request for a Stop and Shop. Stop and Shop has a very large property. Putting in 1, 2, or 3 EV charging stations on that property is not a major change to that site. They're the ones, however, that want to do the movie screens. So because of the signage on the accessory structure, that requires a variance.
Okay.
The others at 632 Cromwell Avenue, Pavilion West, they too want to put in EV charging stations. Is that a major change to the site? Once again, I don't consider it a major change to the site. Could a regular car park there? Yes. It's not regulated that way, meaning if I don't have an electric vehicle, I could still park in that space. That's the only space around. I could still park there. So it's just an amenity that businesses can offer.
Do we have any in town right now?
I don't know. I don't.
What's the one at Starbucks? Is that a charging station? The one at Starbucks? Because if that is, can we get some data from them? Would they be able to supply? I've never seen a car park there.
Oh,
how
I mean,
often
people
it's
can
used?
park in any space they want except for handicap accessible spaces.
Yeah, no. I'm just wondering if they track it, or if their data, how much electrical usage. I mean, I've never seen anybody park at that station. I've never seen a car charging at that station. Just curious.
Just do it because maybe somebody requested it. I don't know. I'm not aware of it. If there is
the
one.
in thing.
We are not an EV car town.
If you watch the Super Bowl this weekend, all the car ads were for electrical vehicles.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. They're putting up a lot of chargers and all that, like along all highways.
Yep.
Well, at the hospital, at St. Francis Hospital, there's like 5 charging stations and they're all full all the time. In the
I mean, we have
garages.
parking garages and we are putting in new ones in our old parking garages too. So, okay. I think, plan implementation committee update. I don't think we have any
We need
update.
to set a meeting.
Yes, I think we have to set a meeting.
Has anything been done in the last 6 months?
You need to have a meeting.
Updated?
No, not. I mean, I think when did we meet? I think not in last 6 months.
No.
We were.
Kim, on that note, is there any way that we can like get back together with like a group email and say, okay, this is what we're
Yes.
going to talk about at the next meeting, and then let's just do it?
Yep. Not a problem.
So can we just like start the pick?
Because we've been doing, I noticed, I've been doing a lot with Pam Roach and Sustainable CT, as have a lot of the staff people in the town hall.
And I know the engineering staff is supposed to be working on a sidewalk plan and all this other stuff. And it'd be a shame to, I mean, we started so well and then it just went.
No, I think we're going to start. We at one point we had the meeting schedule and then we had to cancel and all that. So I think I will start again.
Yeah.
Legislation update.
As I said, well, I mentioned that about the housing units, the multifamily units. What's coming up again? We've had a lot of expressed interest in adult use cannabis, and we do have the moratorium that's in place. Once again, not to exceed 1 year. It was enacted in October. I've had contact from 2 companies from Massachusetts, as well as CT Pharma, who was interested in doing the recreational growing, the production operation. And I was provided with some contact information for people at the state level, because I guess licensing is going to actually begin issuing licenses around the time that year is up. So people want to get on board prior to that time. So licenses can be obtained and product can go out. Or if the commission decides down the road they want to do retail, that can be up and running. So I'm going to have more information for you folks at our next meeting concerning adult use cannabis, and we will be discussing that at our next meeting.
Mhm.
Big
Okay.
hot button.
Yeah, I think we should maybe, knowing that the state is acting on and they are going to issue licenses, we want to make sure that businesses in our town are not left behind. So we should look at updating those regulations, maybe, in March timeframe.
Well, obviously you do have to, we do have to, and only because the state differentiates between medical and adult use, that's why our regulations are only medical. Because at the time, adult use wasn't legal. So now we have to update our regulations again. But I'm going to be contacting folks at the state to get some additional information from them.
Okay.
Kim, question
Yes.
for you.
Mhm.
Do you have the Reader's Digest version of what this deep thing was in our packet? This case looks like it's about the
Oh, that was the Old Main.
property down by the river there.
Yeah. There was, this is the Old Main subdivision. It's in the vicinity of, I believe it's 242, 262 Old Main Street. It is just, the access road is just north of the Duke of Cumberland Inn. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's a large brick structure, a very old home.
No, this is Meadow Road.
Oh, that's the Meadow Road?
Yeah, I'm
'Cause we
sorry.
have another case.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I only saw the one about Meadow
Oh.
Road
Okay, maybe that one didn't get in this packet yet.
and Esther Road.
Ron, I reached out to Kim because I couldn't read the prints myself. I didn't realize they were actually online. You can look at them as a PDF.
I didn't do the packets and I apologize. I didn't do the packets, so.
Well, to Commissioner Robbins, what he was saying, like he couldn't read the plans before. Like Commissioner Glico said, they're once you look at them online, oh my God, you can just blow them up on the screen and you can see them. There's a section on the website.
Well, one of the things is, I can certainly send them to people electronically. We have to by law, we need to have the packet up. I mean, as best we can. Obviously, things still come in at the last minute, but the packets that go out to the commission, we should have them up online 24 hours prior to the meeting. So up until 24 hours, prior to the meeting, we can post them online. So if you would like, we can certainly send them out electronically as well, if you would like.
Or at least a link to them.
So we can do that. Okay. I did find this. And this is the same thing. This is exactly what I was speaking about.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
we were speaking about the same thing. I said, is there another case? This was the Old Main subdivision. It was Bell Site Development. They came in years ago for 14 lots off of Old Main Street. The access road would be coming into Old Main Street just north of Duke of Cumberland Inn, as I said. And there's a large white house with large columns sitting up on a knoll just north of the road. The developer actually received approval and began work forming the road, putting in drainage, and then actually worked in what DEEP knows to be an easement that they have. So they actually put in drainage on DEEP easement without DEEP permission. So that was something that they had to get permission to do. They did not do that. So this is a court case between DEEP and the developers of that subdivision. Part of what we had discussed during the commission approval was, it was raised by, I believe, Edward Ciccarello and Charlie Wisnowski, was, is it possible for the developer to provide a trail from Goff, I believe it's Goffbrook Road, along the right-of-way, or on the rail bed, rather, in that area, to the end of their property. That way it could help connect access from that neighborhood off of Old Main Street at the end by the MDC plant to Quarry Park. So in this, there is something as far as a payment. It's on page 4, where the plaintiff shall make a deposit in the amount of $75,000 to a fund held by DEEP and dedicated to the improvement of Quarry Park. I don't know, I don't have the signed copy of this, obviously. So, but this relates to that case, and that this relates to that connection and that trail. And it all started because they were working within the deep easement without permission.
Okay, so you got your Reader's Digest.
Well,
Yeah.
sort of, yeah.
And double and triple.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, Kim. Great job.
Just, I'm tired.
So I think the last communication is the meeting guidelines, right?
Oh,
that was just in
yes.
our.
This is a, yeah, this is at a council meeting on February 7th. I do have some issues with this.
Okay.
I have expressed them. Well, the biggest thing is that meetings are to be held in person now. Now, I already talked to the town manager about this because we had already put forth a legal notice saying we were going to be doing a Zoom meeting for this meeting. And there were a variety of reasons why. Not the least of which was at the time COVID rates were higher, and I know, not violating any HIPAA laws. If I talk about myself, I had just recovered from it myself, so we were in the area of having in-person meetings. So meetings from now on will be held in person. It states that commission members or town councilors, if they cannot attend the meeting for whatever reason, they can Zoom into a meeting. So for example, if you're not feeling well, or if you're on vacation, if you're so inclined to Zoom into a planning and zoning meeting while you're in Aruba, then you can Zoom into the meeting and attend. It does go on to say if the public wants to address the town council or a commission but cannot attend the meeting, that they can provide public comments. And it says public meetings at rockyhillct.gov. Submit the written comments. Now, in our agendas, we have created a new email address, land use commissions at rockyhillct.gov. It goes to myself, Dave Pomberg for Zoning Board of Appeals, Bob Alvarado for Open Space, Steve Sopalak for any of the land use commissions, and our administrative assistant, Lynn Witowski. So all those people's names I mentioned, we will know if we get an email and it talks about Ames, for example, say it was for this evening and talks about Ames, chances are it goes to Kim. If it talks about an open space project that's going on, that's going to a public hearing, that would go to Bob. So we're trying to make it a little more convenient, and hopefully emails won't get lost in all the other emails we get. So if we can channel people to write to those particular email addresses. The concern I have with the guidelines is if people want to attend, if I'm a member of the public and I want to attend a meeting, I should be afforded the same right as far as a Zoom meeting, Zoom access, as does the commission members. In particular, if I am disabled in any way, we have that clause for special accommodations. If I cannot, I'm not physically mobile to attend a meeting, but I could Zoom in, I could sit at my computer at home, I should be afforded that right. And this doesn't seem to go far enough. I think there needs to be something added to this language. Or I may need a sign language interpreter or something. So I don't know if it's just to address a specific concern or not, but that's something I can certainly ask. But the biggest takeaway here, I think, would be the meetings are to be in person from now on.
All right. Everybody heard that. That's it, right? That's what we have in the communications. Approved bills, we have that part of that package, right? We have a bill,
Oh, we do.
$600 or something at the end. So do we want to just a motion to approve, right, Kim?
For the village district consultant for the current Ames application. Yes.
Yep.
Motion to approve.
Second. All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. That's it. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night,
Yeah,
everyone.
bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now.
Mhm.